What is up, super fam and bro Vengers alike? I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. And today is the day, the moment we have all been waiting for. I'm honestly so surprised that it's here already. I'm not gonna lie to you, but today we will be finishing, well, kind of finishing. We're gonna be finishing the book. For lack of better words, you feel me? Today we're gonna be continuing our From Watcher to Reader season 3 show going on here. So again, join us as we embark on this 7-episode journey of the Wheel of Time, the Dragon Reborn, ahead of Prime Video's season 3 release of the show that started it all here for us at Marvel Bros. Today is episode 6, I believe, and we are finishing the book. This is not the finale. This is the lead up to the finale, because the finale is next week, and that's when we're going to be covering the whole book, just nerding out, talking about it fully and all that good stuff, right? But right now, we're going to be basically just kind of going through and checking things out, talking about these chapters. Y'all already know how we do. We'll get into our chat talk as we do, and then it will be our overall thoughts and discussion, and then we will, of course, finish it off doing our chapter by chapter review. And the chapters this week have been, again, insane. I mean, wow, what a wow. I got thoughts, chat. I got thoughts, and I'm gonna let you know my thoughts right now. But first, of course, if you haven't already, make sure you drop a like on the video, because it helps out tremendously around these parts. You know, we always be doing things and stuff, and we be trying to get them stuff and things going. So make sure you guys like the video, because it helps out a lot. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I may be partaking in at that particular time. And you can follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. It's a good day today. It's a good day today. Woo! I'm hype, yo. I'm hype. I did not know what to expect with this, but man, we finished off on a very high note with a banger, in my opinion. So I'm excited to talk about it today. I'm excited to continue to explore all the things that we got to kind of see go down in today's episode, so on and so forth, in today's sections, or in this week's sections, I guess. Section. Yo, it was crazy. Where's my computer's right here. Let me make sure I got that already as well. Okay. All right. First and foremost, we're gonna do chat talk. We're just gonna talk to chat a little bit here. How everybody doing today? I hope everybody having a good time. Hope everybody having a good, what the day is. Everybody having a good Wednesday, man. The week has been flying by. I'm not gonna lie. These weeks have been flying by. Do you guys know we're about to be in March already? Like, next week is Daredevil Born Again, you guys. Like, next week is Daredevil Born Again. That's insane. That is honestly crazy. Jesus. Yeah. Oh, there we go. No need for that anymore. Or that. Boom. I'm just trying to get my iPad situated over here, so we can really get into it when we get into it. There we go. Chapter 48, baby. Wow. Crazy portion this week, chat. Literally, like I said, I really did enjoy it. I'm going to hop in the chat, see how everybody's doing, talk to y'all a little bit, tell y'all a little bit about what's been going on with me. I've been chilling, honestly, doing a lot of studying. I finally started watching Brandon Sanderson's course at BYU. fantastic. It's fantastic. Truthfully, it's fantastic. I have loved it so much. Wow. I mean, wow. Bro is I just yeah, I've enjoyed it so much. So I'm excited to keep going with that. I definitely want to jump in some of his work as well, or jump back into his work with Mistborn 2. That's probably what I'm thinking about diving into after this, but I know everybody's gonna want me to go into Mistborn book 4 or Mistborn. Everybody's gonna want me to read, they're gonna be like, hey, you know. Everybody gonna be crazy for it. So I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. Let's see here. What's up with the chat? I see you guys all up in here chapping and chapping and yapping. Yo, I hope everybody's having a good one, yo. How we doing, all of you lovely, beautiful people? KP, what's up with the KP? Tofi or Tofi? I think it's Tofi. KP, Tofi, Mari Sue, Thatcher, LBF, my guy. What's up with the LBF? Karis Sadai. What's up with the Karis? How you doing? Sharnice. How you doing? How's everybody doing? Yo, welcome in. Welcome in. I hope everybody's having a good day today. I'm gonna get into chat right now. We're doing a little chat talk, so I'm just telling y'all about how my week's been going. And y'all tell me about how y'all week is going as well. How's your Wednesday going? All that good stuff. Like I said, I've been taking Brandon Sanderson's class. Like literally, I've been taking his class that he posted. He be posting them online sometimes for free. Very informative, very beneficial to my nerd brain. Been working on a separate story, hoping to start actually putting some words down for that. I've just been kind of world building and fleshing out what the world and the story is going to be about. And now I'm thinking about going into outline. You guys know, well, some of you guys know I'm more of a gardener when it comes to writing and not an architect. So I like to see that world kind of come together as I'm writing it. But I kind of still want to have a little bit of a structure. So that's kind of one thing that I'm working on right now, as well as like comic stuff and all the other nerd stuff that your boy always working on. Vane Esports stuff that's going really good. We're doing good stuff with there. If you guys don't know, I also have an esports org. We're doing awesome. We got a Marvel Rivals team that's coming together, Fortnite team coming together. Got our Valorant team based out of the EU. A lot of good things are going on right now. Everything is smooth right now. So it's been a good week just handling business, in meetings, interviews. You know what I'm saying? Just the same old, same old, same old, same old. So I hope all you guys are having a good time as well. Life be lifing. Don't worry about it. And let I hope everybody's having a good day. A good day. All right, so what was your favorite chapter, chat? Let me know in the comment section down below. What was your favorite chapter of the end of the book? Because it's a good time. It's a good time. You know what I'm saying? I think my children are boxing. I think my children are boxing. It's okay. Um. Oh boy, the wheel do be turning. What's up with it, Mari Sue? The wheel turning, it do be. You ain't never lied, yo. You ain't never lied. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, good for this one. I don't have to check what happened in that section of the book because it's just the rest of the book. Yeah, facts, Tofi. Facts. Um, well, with book 3 at least. Exactly. Nothing past book 3, chat, please. Doesn't help that books 9 and 10 are happening essentially at the same time. That's awesome. I love stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I love stuff like that. You see, Sensei, reading TDR wasn't so bad, was it? No, it wasn't so bad, but I'm a little bummed because I know everything that's gonna happen in this next season. I'm no longer going from being a watcher to a reader. I'm a reader now, like the rest of you. God damn it. No, I'm just playing. Still hasn't watched the sneak peek, right? I don't recall what he decided from his poll. I have not watched the sneak peek. You are correct. I have not watched the sneak peek yet. And I may never. I gotta go look at that. I gotta go look at it as well because I saw some people like, "Oh, do whatever," but I'm pretty sure the poll was overwhelmingly, "I'm biased as hell. Do it now, sir." So we might do a little watch party for that. But I, I think it'll be better when we do the watch party for real for the actual episode, and then we get like that full blown, reaction for the first time. And then all of you guys have already seen it because you little impatient pollies. Yeah, you guys are little impatient pollies. So you know, Sensei was happening. That clip was fire, but I like that you decided not to watch it. It'll be a wild experience for the whole episode, and that's the thing that I really want as well. Is I want that full time to be fully invested into not knowing what's going on. Is it just? I think it's the first two episodes, right, guys? So I definitely want to be able to just consume those as a whole. But I do know if I do a reaction to it, it's gonna go crazy. I know you guys are gonna pull up. I know you guys are gonna go crazy for it. So that's why I'm conflicted more than anything. But I know you guys are gonna pull up anyway. You love Wheel of Time, so you guys are always searching for Wheel of Time content. So hi all you new wheelers. How you guys doing today? Hope everyone's having a good time. I'm Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and welcome to Marvel Bros, where we talk about all things Marvel and everything pop culture. And Book Club has taken over Wheel of Time has taken over the Book Club section right now. We have already read Mistborn, but now we're going into my bad. But now we're going into not going into. We just finished book 3 of the Wheel of Time, yo. So we have read 4 books on this channel in the span of a very short time. It feels like I don't think it's been that long, but we've read 4 books, which is crazy to think about. I'm not gonna lie, that's crazy to think about that we've read 4 books together. Shout out to all the OGs. I appreciate y'all. Drop OG in the chat if you an OG. Can we start with the shredding sneak peek? What you talking about? What you talking about, LBF? Let's see. Did he decide not to watch it yet? I mean, we get all of episode 1 a week from Saturday, so why not watch the first 11 minutes now? The impatient pollies, like I said. Any thoughts on what they're doing for the other 2 hours after the episode? Probably a shit ton of stuff. Q&A can't be episode 2, can it? Maybe BTS? I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. Wraith? What? Oh, I meant to have my little timer going. Hold on, I'm trying to get better with my with the clock app on here. Oh, here we go. Clock. Pop it out. Start the timer. I'll put that on screen with me. No idea how they're gonna handle book spoilers at the event, or if they'll even try. Okay, so what is the event? Because I'm pretty sure I got enrolled for the event, not the whatever the online thing is. I'm enrolled for that, but I don't know what that is. So can someone tell me? Because my wife was like, "Oh my god, did you see the Wheel of Time thing?" And I was like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." And she was like, "Well, I enrolled you for it." And I was like, "Awesome, you're amazing. I'll figure. Chat will definitely tell me what it is." Uh, the time they have for Saturday is 3 hours. Okay, what is it though? What's happening? Someone explain to me what's going on. Maybe there's no live chat. I'll be able to watch 3-8 because I'm working that day. Yo, what's up with Sharnice? How you doing? Welcome in. Long time Wheel of Time fan. Hey, I love it. Love to hear it. It's I'd be mind blown that I have been introduced to this whole new world that was existing this whole time that I had never heard of. Quite literally, I had never heard of Wheel of Time ever until me and Battery did the trailer reaction for the show. And then all of a sudden, all of the Wheel of Time fans that have ever existed pulled up and was like, "You have no idea what you're in for." And ever since then, it's just been awesome. and they've taken so long in between seasons that we've just been able to become a full blown family around these parts. Um, my daughter is having her 16th birthday that day. I've already probably. I've already apologized to her. Is it crazy? I'm not gonna lie, KP. That's insane, man. I already apologized to her, bro. Said I'm just trying to get ahead of the curve. I just want you to know now. Sorry. I just want you to know right this second. Like it's. I hope you have a good birthday. Yo, that's insane. That's actually insane and hilarious. I love it. Okay. Oh shit. What? All right. I sat down with your gift stuff yesterday. I think we should talk about it soon. Hey, bro, sounds good. Sounds good, bro. Let's do it. I think I've already talked to you on Discord. I'll message you, G. Because hey, I'm not gonna lie, I'm itching for someone to read I'm itching for someone to read it so I can just really talk to somebody about what's going on. Like, but alas. Sharice, what's up with it, girl? I hope you're having a good one today too. Hope you're having a good old Wednesday. I kind of hate when people ask, "How was your week?" I don't know how to answer in light of politics and national events. Yeah, I hear you there. I hear you there. It's a crazy world out there for real. So I hope I hope in spite of all of the craziness in this world, you are finding ways to get your corner or get your slice of happiness in whatever way that may be. Because hey, it, it'd be crazy out here, and unfortunately it's probably always gonna be crazy out here. As for me, when I was a kid, it was crazy, and I feel like it's always been crazy. Things have gotten crazier, but it's just been in different levels of the category. So it's just but that might just me smoking straight. But who knows? Who knows? You feel me? Who knows? You absolutely know almost nothing about what's going to happen next season. I'll tell you what. You have no idea what is happening in the TV series. I I don't know, man. I feel like I'm not gonna lie. I feel like a lot of stuff that's happened in this book I can piece. Well, if they're doing the whole trailer doesn't show everything thing, then yeah, I get that for sure. But if it's something different, then it's gonna be it's gonna be something else. It's gonna be something else. Let's see. What the what? Oh, okay. All right. So if it was choppy, I tried to clear it up just now a little bit. So hopefully we'll be good from here on out. Sorry about that. Because I did see something happening. I did see something going on, Marisu. You're not crazy. Um Almost nothing of what happens in the end of this book is going to happen this next season, but we think it might still happen eventually. I hear you. I hear you. They've done a really weird job of reworking everything. I see it more and more clearly as like I see it more clearly as we got through chapter after chapter after chapter. I was like, wow, yeah, this is definitely something different, you know? You know nothing about season three. March 13th is first three episodes. March 8th is the first episode as an online fan event. Oh. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So maybe I shouldn't do the online event thing. Or what do you guys think? Should I be like I don't know if I should do a watch party for the online event. Is that maybe I could do that? Maybe I could do that actually. Who knows? But I know most people are just gonna be there. Like why would they? Why would y'all want to be here with me when you could be there with them? I'm just little old me. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Behind the scenes, OG here before is my favorite, so I'm looking forward to hearing your response. Oh, okay, Sharnice. Yeah, I know. Chat. I know everybody wants me to get into book four. I know everyone's gonna be as soon as we finish season three. Everybody's gonna be like, "All right, let's get from Watcher the Readers for season four popping off right now," and I'm gonna be like, "Bruh." But if season we'll know more once we get to the end of season three. Once we get to the end of season three and you guys have all watched it and we've all like kind of did the watch parties because if you guys don't know we do watch parties here. We're not able to show the entirety of the thing but we're able to watch it together, but it's a watch along that we're going to be kind of changing the name to watch along versus watch party. But we do watch alongs here on the channel. We do watch parties in the Discord, and all that stuff is available. So make sure you guys subscribe so you can stay up to date with all the news and all the new stuff that we're gonna be doing around here. Because man, it's gonna get nasty, and I'm really excited to dive deeper into the world of Wheel of Time. And now that we're three books in, we're a trilogy worth into this series right now. You know what I mean? That's awesome. We're a trilogy worth into this series, and depending on how long it takes them to get from season three to season four, like I don't know if they're actively shooting that right now or if it's something that they're gonna start working on soon or what that may be. But if it takes another 2 years, then we could definitely hop into book four. If book four is not spoilery to season four, or, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Well, once we have all of that information, we will be able to really make a decision, and that will let us know if we're going to get into Mistborn Book 2 next, or if we're going to get into Wheel of Time Book 3 next. So it'll be very, very interesting to see what happens. The online event is a virtual viewing of the first episode. I think there was an interview with Rosamund where she said they skip in the stone. Uh, they're skipping the stone. I mean, I can see that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of curious how they about to do a lot of shit because that fight at the end is damn near bro. It's an anime battle. Like they're going ham. Like shit is phasing through shit. Like yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, Book three is gonna end up being spread across like season four. Online event depends on what it is. Would be fun if there was a live chat going on with the event, but I'm guessing there won't be because there would only be book spoilers for show only watchers with chat. Yeah, but I don't know if they care. That's the thing, right? I don't know if they care. They already have they already have Rosamund Pike reading from the book as well, right? So they're kind of influencing people to read the book also. So they know where the fandom comes from, I think. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did it, you know? And a lot of the and I know that Wheel of Time, I know for a lot of you Wheel of Time fans, you guys are really good with not being spoilery. Like for real. Like you guys are really, really, really good. Look, Sensei, book 3 ends with killing Ishii. Season 2 ends with killing Ishii. It made sense to read it. Hey. Look. This is what I'll say. When I seen all them Aiel in the trailer on top of the ridge, I was like, oh my God, that's what we just read. And then there was another moment, and I was like, oh my God, that's what we just read. There was a couple moments like that. So it's like, while they're not, it's because of how they're shuffling the story around. I understand it. But we'll have to actually watch the entirety of the season to know. That's all I know is we got to actually watch the season to know how spoilery it's gonna be and all that. If it's spoilery at all, I guess is really the question. There will be creators. Yeah, that's facts. Not in the same way for posterity. Okay. We're going over the time. All right, let's get it cracking. So, like I said, make sure you guys subscribe. Make sure you guys click that notification bell so you're always up to date with what's going on here. We're gonna be doing a Daredevil watch party next week. That's one of the main things that's popping. I forgot all about Invincible is later tonight as well. I haven't even made a thumbnail for that. I'm gonna have to do all of that after this though. But yeah, I'm excited to keep things moving, grooving. Ain't no losing, and it's just we're getting up in there. We're getting up in there like swimwear. We're getting up in there like swimwear for real, like we really are, and I'm excited about it. So, the new season of Wheel of Time is coming out March. It's coming out in March. March is next week. We have Daredevil. We're gonna have Invincible. There's another show that's gonna be coming out soon as well that I'm really pumped to get into. Oh my God, my eye. Oh. So yeah, we're gonna have a real good time. So with all that being said, we're about to get into my overall thoughts of this portion, this section, this part, this chapter, this thing of the reading. Here we go. Where's it at? But first, you already know. You already know. If you don't know, you're about to know right this second. Damn, where's it at? My bad. All right, here we go. Damn.
6 nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Ghaphora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Ghaphora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Ghaphora.
Yeah. No. All right. Sorry about that. It's time to get into it. Yo, can I have my notes on here too? Hold on. Oh, snap. What is going on? It's so funny when y'all be. Boom, there we go. Damn. Okay. That was crazy. I don't know what was going on just now. All right, it's time for our chapter by chapter review and discussion. This is where we review and discuss chapter by chapter. We're going to start with, of course, this is going from chapter 48 through chapter 56, the end of the book. So we're starting with chapter 48. No. Yeah, this is my overall thoughts. This is not the chapter by chapter. This is my overall thoughts. I'm sorry. I'm a little discombobulated. I'm getting hot here. I have to stop taking clothes. All right. So let's get into my overall thoughts of chapters 48 through 56. Man, this was a wonderful chunk of reading here. I'm not gonna lie. I love it. And I also love how fast that we went through this book. I kind of said that at the top of the show, but I'm really happy with how fast we've been able to go through this book and cover so much in these little chunks, but also it was still split up in a way to where the narrative was a part of each of those sections that we were able to go through week after week, which makes it just makes it really nice. So another shout out to KP, I believe, who has come through 2 times now back to back with the good split ups for these books, back to back to back to back, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm hyped and ready to go, man. You guys are definitely gonna you guys are definitely uh gonna see more of this book, this series of stuff, because damn, I am so invested. That's the main thing that I can say is I'm so invested. I was so excited to see Perrin, Matt, Egwene. I just love seeing all of those characters interact with each other, talking, doing the different things, and then being able to take that step back, and then see what everyone knows yet again, and kind of piecing that information together ourselves and finding out all this stuff that's going down. Even there was even a moment like when Rand and Ishmael are going at it at the end, and I'm like, I wrote in my margins, I was like, wait. Is this what happened in the book versus the Egwene moment on top of the tower? That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. So, it has me really excited to see what they do next. I don't know how much stuff they're gonna actually leave on the table when it comes to the show, just because the things that are happening in this book, we really haven't even seen a lot of these things that are going down, but they're also adapting it nonetheless. Even though we don't have the background, it's still getting put into the show. The information is, and so it's a little weird, but I also think it makes sense. At least from these 3 books now, the standpoint that I look at these 3 books and think about those 2 seasons that we had, I can see where they kind of changed it and why they did. But damn, do I love these characters in this book. I don't love all the characters more in the book, but it's just being able to spend so much time with them and being inside their heads. Being inside these characters' heads is about half of the story. If I'm being honest, like half of the story is how they're feeling internally, which is something that I think is might be hard to translate on the screen in the same way. That's usually one of the hardest things to translate is thinking. That's why animes get away with it, because they can just have that monologue going. But damn, like as I'm as I'm reading, I'm like, oh my goodness, this is insane, bro. Bro, the Matt just kept turning up throughout the end of the book, whooping ass and taking names left and right and left and throwing left hooks and right hooks and just and twirling his staff around. Like, bro, I was not prepared for him to continuously get more and more badass. And I also wasn't prepared to see any of the stuff that occurred in this in these chapters. I love the way that we kind of connect Tel'aran'rhiod to so many different things, like being able to shift. Like it's so many things are going on there, and I just love. I love it. Like I love it. I love it. I can't lie. They were doing the damn thing. They were doing the damn thing. Um, Perrin is my guy. I loved Perrin's chapters. I think chapter 50 was my favorite chapter outside of the obvious badass action stuff that was going on with the end of the book. I really, really, really loved that. I really loved chapter 50. They just did a really good job with it. I was locked in. I did not expect to be so locked in with the things that were happening just in that chapter, and to see how far Perrin has came outside of all the other characters, because all of these characters have come a very long way. But Perrin, man, my guy Perrin is just so nice to see him be this character. It's honestly weird to see him be this character that he is now, but I also really appreciate it. Loved seeing him be a blacksmith and really work with the get his hands on the iron and really like make tools and weapons that he hasn't done in so long, because he kind of left that life behind, for lack of better words, and being able to kind of get that hammer and then look at the axe and have them both and staring at them both and forced to make that decision, and then the decision is to take the hammer but use it like it's an axe. Like the symbolism and the storytelling just within these little things like that, it goes to such high levels, and I really really like it. Like shit. Like I love it, yo. I could have read. I'm not gonna lie. Just reading that chapter made me want to like add a blacksmith into my own stuff of some kind, because I loved the way I love this. I love what you can do with that. And then I've been watching a whole bunch of other things. I'm thinking about playing Kingdom Come. They have this blacksmithing simulator game that's out on Steam where you can play it as a blacksmith, and you can kind of go through all of those steps of being a blacksmith and quenching the sword and all of that. And like as I am reading the book and see how much he's putting his time into crafting the tool, and how the actual blacksmith is watching him, and then he gives him credit like, no, he's not an apprentice. He's a master. He's for sure a master. I just really liked it, man. And I like Perrin a lot. So that all those chapters were just really nice for me. I had a good time. I cannot lie to you. But outside of that, it was nice to see Egwene. And it was sad to see Egwene still like be so freaking traumatized. It was just very sad to see the way that she's become kind of dependent on certain things, and like all of that. Like there's so many aspects that go on there, and I really appreciated it. I can't lie. I did. I appreciated every character's point of view. I'm interested to see more Elaine now. Elaine was kind of sprinkled throughout this, even though she's part of the Hunters 3 and she is kind of a key role of things that are going on. She's still in the background, kind of trying to get the feel of things, not really speaking up too much, going with the flow, not being too outspoken, but still trying to stand up for the people around her. And I like seeing that from her, and I like seeing her get to nerd out about all of the royal knowledge that she has. She reminds me of like Loyal a little bit, right? Like they're itching to tell people the things that they know. So that was just kind of cool to be able to see her get a little bit of an aspect to do that. And of course, my good guy Loyal. Yo, Loyal and Perrin are my boys. I can't lie. Loyal and Perrin, man. Like, I just really like their characters. And Matt, I'm not gonna lie, Matt has snuck his way into my heart because damn, his character at first was not a fan of him, but now the growth that has happened and for him and almost dying and having this rebirth and all of these other things, it's just enhanced his character in so many ways. And now seeing him kind of still be himself, but also can completely contradict all of the first thoughts that he has by making the good decision time and time again. God damn. I'm just a sucker for it. And we got so much nerdy lore, world building, Moiraine being a badass, unfortunate things happening to Fail, more lore for the Wolf brothers and Tel'aran'rhiod and holy shit, talk about power scaling, like damn. Like damn. And it's insane to think, like, right? We ended season 2 with how book 3 ends, but we're starting season 3 with what happens in book 2 or book 3, right? Like, everything is so jumbled. And that's why I'm like, we don't know where any of these threads actually connect. We just kind of have a little bit of understanding. It's kind of like reading a comic and then watching a Marvel movie. It's like, okay, I can kind of see where they go with that because this is what actually happens in the books, but in the shows they can do a little something like that. So it's like that shit is kind of crazy. You know, that shit is crazy to think that we're still going to see the entire like Black Lives Matter riot go down at the White Tower, but also we already know that Ishmael is Balsmon. Like we knew that in season 1. Like it's just kind of insane to see how they've taken this story and split it up in so many ways. So Baal or Baal, I think that's what his name is. I'm excited to see how they do his character if they do, and we've already seen a lot more Forsaken as well coming out of season 2. So there's a lot of different threads that I'm like, ooh, it's time to nerd out a little bit because it's time to nerd out a little bit. So yeah. But I'm trying to think. Moiraine, whoo. Moiraine in this entire book, I love her. But Moiraine in these chapters, where she starts getting to that point of no return in a way, right? Because last week in that section, she said, you need to be worried if things are getting ahead of me, because that means they're going to trample your ass. And that was truth. To the umpteenth degree, that was truth. We had no idea how much truth that really was. Like, whoa, brother. Whoa, Nelly. That was crazy. That that was all insane. That was all insane. And yeah, I just love the way all of the things were constructed as well. The way everyone just kind of ends up at tier, and you're just like, oh shit, what? And then that transit, bro. I don't know how Robert Jordan was able to put in a transition in a book, but the thunder striking and it switching scenes at the thunder strike, like that was crazy. My brain couldn't handle it. Like I was like I saw it. Like I saw it was wild. It's like when the camera pans up in a movie and then you see the lightning strike and it pans back down to another place and you're like, oh shit, they're within the same vicinity of each other. I think that's like one of the things that I wrote down at that time was like they're close to each other. Like, did we like oh. Excited is an understatement, yo. Excited is an understatement. When Rand pulled up at the end, I cheered. I actively was excited. I was almost jumping out of my seat when the POV switched to Rand, and he was like, "All right, buddy, here you go." I was like, "Oh shit!" I was so excited. I was so excited. I couldn't believe it. When he finally makes the claim, I I was moved. I was moved. I was like, bro, he's accepting it. Like, yeah, yes. Yes, 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 a million times yes. I was just like, whoo, just beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful way to end the book. That's the last thing I'll say. Beautiful way to end the book. So excited to see what's gonna happen next. Honestly. All right, chat. Those are my overall thoughts right now, because I'm gonna save a lot of the meat and potatoes as well for next week when we do our full book review and we're like going in all the way. Like that's when I'll save a lot of that's what I'll save a lot of that for. Book 4 is often cited as fan favorite. You will want to read more. I want to read more already. Holy. Don't worry about their ability to do anime battles. I am highly worried. I am highly worried of their ability to do anime battles, yo. Like, highly, highly worried. Like, what? But again, they've done a good job so far of completely changing the story in an okay way. Similar to Avatar The Last Airbender. I think they did a better job than Avatar did. Well, I gotta watch it again. The thing that I'm really nervous about. The thing that I'm really nervous about is going back and rewatching season 1 and 2 and being not feeling the same. That's what I'm a little nervous about because I know you guys have already called me a book cloak because I'm like, oh, the book is superior. But for real, that's I'm a little nervous about going back and reading the or watching the old stuff and comparing it too much. Well, I do a good job of compartmentalizing things though. So what if they pulled a Scott Pilgrim and just switched to animation for the big fights? Hey, speaking of that, what happened to all the little side little shows they were doing? They needed more of that. I can't believe they did that. Rafe and Co. are generally care about book spoilers, definitely for future stuff. See that's where there's a divide for me. Is I'm only in universe with the Wheel of Time because everything else I'm nervous of spoilers because I really enjoy the Wheel of Time and I really, really, really don't want any spoilers at all. Like both ways. I love pairing out with Miriam is crazy. Bellfire is scary, and so is Moiraine. Yes, ma'am. You ain't lying about that. The parents' blacksmithing chapter is one of the better ones. I agree. I love it. Fail also appreciated the parents, but she did. She was like, what's happening? I was like, oh. I was like, okay, Fail. Hello, little bird. Brother, if you want nerd blacksmithing talk, we can do nerdy blacksmithing talk. Oh yeah, man. That's literally I have an entire lore world magic thing in my head about blacksmithing and how it could work, and I am ready to go into the finer tunes of it so I can see which one of my stories it will fit in the best. Kyle Royer. Yeah, I'm about to look that up right now, or at least write that shit down. All right, thank you for that. I got that here. I'm definitely going to be going into that. Moiraine rolls up to the creek, rolls up her sleeves, noodles, bunch of fish, when then makes Perrin clean them. What a boss. Oh yeah, I love that one. That one was awesome. Glad I just stumbled upon this channel, just subscribed. Hey, I appreciate you, Sharnice. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Super Fam. I hope you enjoy your time with us. Mandela effect. Weird how so many people think Watt had animated shorts. No, you're not about to gaslight me, Marisu. I know they did. We watched them here on the channel. We watched all of them here. What are you talking about? We watched them literally, and then they completely deleted them off of Amazon, and I have been devastated ever since. You know how some episodes of Invincible will wait till the last 2 minutes to drop the title card? That's how it felt when Rand walked up. Yes, yes, and then at the very end, it's like Invincible. Yes, yes, and you're like, oh shit, my God, I forgot that hadn't happened yet. Yes, that's exactly how it felt, and it made up for him not being in the book. It made up so much. Seeing him pull up and then him being like, all right, bruh, I know you got Egwene. I know you got. And then him pulling up with his own freaking lightsaber and then them going at it. Oh my God. My God. My brain's about to melt just thinking about that shit because it was so. Oh man, that shit was cool. Woo! Like, goddamn, that shit was awesome. Yo, wow. Yo, type one in the chat if you want to be a blacksmith. What the hell? I had no idea we had so many blacksmiths in the chat. Bro, I want to be a blacksmith. Hella bad. Like you know how people go on the weekend and they do like whatever, you know? And they just do like they do pottery. I'm trying to go on the weekend and go blacksmithing. Like I'm about to Google where can I become a blacksmith at or something, bro. Like, come on, son. Come on, son. Definitely need it. All right, you beautiful people, you dudes and dudettes out there. Let's get into it because it ain't nothing to it but to do it. I think we're doing pretty good on time. Yeah, we're doing pretty good on time. So we're not gonna fly through it as always. But I'm a lot more organized this time around. You guys probably can't see it, but I'm a lot more organized this time around. I got my little my little doctor notes over here. And then as I was reading, I was also numbering where I was making my notes at. So when I'm going through it, I could be like, "Oh yeah, this is for this one." We're really out here ironing out how we're going to do our watch party, our From Watcher to Reader series in the future. Okay. Wow. Wow. We're about to get into our chapter by chapter review and discussion. So I hope you guys are ready. We're going to start with chapters 48, 49, and 50. Yeah. Wait, let's see. Chapter 48, 49. Yeah, we'll do 48 through 51. That's what we'll do. We'll do 48 through 51, and then we'll do 52, 53, 54, and then 55, 56. Am I doing math wrong? I'm doing math wrong. Sorry. I don't know what's going on. My brain stopped working. But if you guys don't have anything on, if you ain't got nothing to snack on, nothing to munch on, if you ain't got nothing to take a little sippy sip of, make sure you guys go get you some snacks, go get you some popcorn, whatever you need as we go through and nerd out about these chapters of The Wheel of Time. And I'm excited to get into it, and I hope you guys are too. And if you don't have any snacks, I got just the thing for you.
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Don's Bon Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
All right, chat. Let's get into it. Our chapter by chapter review and discussion. And we are going to be starting with chapter 48. I hope you guys are ready because I know I am. Chapter 48 through 51 were really good chapters. I loved that portion. I love all the questions that were raised in it as well, and the way that we were able to find out quite a bit of stuff and things. You know what I'm saying? So without further ado, ain't nothing to it but to just get into it. So let's dive into
Chapter 48 Following the Craft. As the darter wallowed toward the docks of Tyr on the west bank of the river Erenin, Egwene did not see anything of the oncoming city. Slumped head down at the rail, she stared down at the waters of the Erenin rolling past the ship's fat hull, and the frontmost sweep on her side as it swung into her vision and back again, cutting white furrows in the river. It made her queasy, but she knew raising her head would only make the sickness worse. Looking at the shore would only make the slow corkscrew motion of the darter more apparent. The vessel had moved in that twisting roll ever since Dureen. She did not care how it had sailed before then. She found herself wishing the darter had sunk before reaching Dureen. She wished they had made the captain put in at Arringil so they could find another ship. She wished they had never gone near a ship. She wished a great many things, most of them just to take her mind off where she was. The twisting was less now, under sweeps, than it had been under sail, but it had gone on too many days now for the change to make much difference to her. Her stomach seemed to be sloshing about inside her like milk in a stone jug. She gulped and tried to forget that image.
The way he is able to even just tell us that they are actively having seasickness and describing it in such detail, I love it. I love it. I love it, yo. I love that they're all seasick. It really hones in that these are not seafaring type of folk, right? These people do not get on the water. They do not sail. They're not in ships often. It's something a little more foreign to them. But you know, and I kind of like that. I like that they also are like, oh my god, we're going like, oh my god, I need to get back on land. All of that is really nice. I like little things like that. Um, my immediate question was like, yo, have they just never seen a boat before? But I just think it's just they were going very fast, all these other things, so they're not used to it. Um, Poor Eggy as well. I don't know what's going on with her, but for Gwen, in this part right here, it says her great serpent ring and the twisted ring of the top of the Tarangrial hung on a leather cord about her neck. Now the stone ring felt cool against her skin, almost enough to counteract the damp warmth of the air. But aside from that, she had found that the more she used the Tarangrial, the more she wanted to touch it, without pouch or cloth between it and her. So I don't know if that means that the Terangrial is often consistently emitting the one power or something like that. I don't know if that source or that connection to the one power is constantly having her kind of like drawing from it without even knowing because it's so close to her, and that desire of wanting the ring closer is connected to that desire of wanting the one power, which I think is a really dope connection of the Terangrial to what we would think about it to be. um uh Oh, we also find out about, the five and the six men and the five women that walked around and they were hunting. So, like some of them were hunting Rand, some of them were doing this in her little dreamscape that she had. I, bro, the dream world Teleranriad or Teleranriod is probably one of my favorite bits of information in here, right? It's one of my favorite world building lore elements that they've added that Robert Jordan added to this reading or to this, right? That because it's like think about it like this. You never have the dream realm be so tied to anything. Like it's just such a good way to look at what's it called? Like limbo or and all of those names for it. It's a nice way to have like these visions not actually be visions. These dreams that are occurring aren't really dreams, but some of them are dreams, and the ones that are dreams are actually glimpses into other worlds or whatever it is. Like all of that works for me in a very very good way. It's also insane to see how much science fiction elements I really believe all these other writers and like all these other writers and writers' rooms really did take from the Wheel of Time. As I continue to read the Wheel of Time, I'm like, bro, almost everything is this. Like almost everything is what this is right here, and it's pretty crazy to even see how that works just with the different concepts that are used and kind of kind of switched around. Oh, okay. We also get kind of introduced or get reintroduced to the Stone of Tyr, the greatest fortress in the world and the oldest, the first built after the breaking of the world. Um, the banner has three white crescent moons slanting across a field, half red, half gold. A banner waving at least 300 paces above the river. That's so dope. The attention to detail is insane, man. I still don't know how to add that much attention to detail. I literally have to like write out a chapter and then go back and then do landscaping or whatever it's called. You know, like I'm not able to do that just right off the rip. Um Oh, as we saw that they were like walking through this like dock area, my margin was the Emerald seat would be ecstatic to be here. It was also funny to me the way that Elaine continues to try to swing her royalty around even when she knows she can't. You know, she's like, "Oh, I could just tell them that I'm this person. You know, if I just made it known who I am, then everything would be easier." But I can't do that. So unfortunately, life is going to be hard. And it's like, yeah, welcome to being a freaking normal person, Elaine. I can't wait to see more of her POV. I want to get inside Elaine's head. I want to know what she does, like what's going on with her. I feel like we got her POV a little bit in like book one or book two, but we haven't got too much of her POV at all in book three. As they continue to kind of make their journey down the road and they're kind of like trying to figure out what the thing is that they're going to do next, Nynaeve is like, we're not going to a inn because that's where everyone will be looking for us. She wasn't wrong. I mean, that's literally the first thing that Matt did was try to look for them, is just go to all the inns and just start straight up asking about them. Just straight up asking about them. But eventually they get to Mother Gwenna, and she tells him that she is a wise woman. It's dope to see how all of these cultures have different names for the wise ones, wise women, all those other things. All those other names, like insert name here. It's a little much. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little much, but it does make the world obviously lived in, and it lets you know the type of like distance and all these other things that's really going through, because you have people that don't even believe that snow is real, and you're actively traveling the world with you're like kind of everywhere. That's what I think this section of the book did a really good job of, and this book overall is really bringing into focus how out of the norm it is what they're doing. You know, like it's so opposite. Like it's pretty intense. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty intense that nobody in the entire part of the world they're in has done what they're doing. Like to go to all these different lands and to see all the different people and to actually know who they are. You know? What? You know, that is just kind of wild. Whether it's them, on a ship, or just talking to someone who doesn't believe in snow or whatever. Sorry, I just got an email that said someone that there was a transaction that tried to go through somewhere, and I'm like, bruh, I'm obviously sitting right here, so I got to see what's going on with that real quick. Sorry. No, son, I'm looking at the email, my guy. I know something happened. What? That happened right now? A little while ago. Oh, okay. I gotta make a note of that because that's super weird. Yeah, because what was the damn purchase? I don't know. I don't know what happened just now, but something happened. Oh. Okay, okay. All right, we're okay. No one's hacking my stuff, yo. I definitely thought I was getting hacked. I got a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I understand what's happening now. All right, we're all good. Whoa, that was that was a little nerve wracking. That was a little nerve wracking, yo. I thought my whole infrastructure was about to come down. You know what I'm saying? I get hacked. This. All right. Anyway, we're not even about to talk about that because. All right, my bad about that pause. Let's get back into it. So, number 7, bro. So they're talking to the big woman who sprinkles the dried leaves on, right? My our big old our big mama, if you will. And Mother Genna, they just straight up start telling her stuff. And my thing was, stranger danger is just not a thing here. Because they just pull up and they be like, oh, hey, we're sick. We need help. Can you help us? And I understand it ended up kind of working out and not working out for him if you think about it. But it's still just like, damn, the first person you see that's a wise one, you're like, or a wise woman, you're like, oh yeah, we can 100% trust them, no worries. And whoever they might enroll, we can trust everybody. Like that's wild. But I did like when they were talking, when Nynaeve and Mother Genna were talking, because it reminded me of that moment in Avatar: The Last Airbender when Uncle Iroh was playing uh, Pai Sho, and they both are like placing pieces down on different sides of the table, and then by the end it makes the complete flower because they have that kind of conversation through the game of it, like figuring out who each other are, very similar to what Nynaeve did here with them kind of going blow for blow with the knowledge that they hold about the specific herbs and spices and whatnot. Oh shit. Whoops. Sorry. A lot of stuff is going wrong right now, huh?
They had not done.
It's okay. We're locked in. Bro, I feel like I gotta go change all my passwords. Like, and nothing even happened, but
The
now
herb
I'm
cupboard,
nervous.
then fetched a red teapot and a pouch from another. Only when she had brewed a pot of Tremalking Black, put 4 clean cups and a bowl of honeycomb on the table along with pewter spoons, and reclaimed her chair, did she speak. "I've 3 empty bedrooms upstairs, now my daughters are all married. My husband, the light shine on him, was lost in a storm in the fingers of the dragon near 20 years ago. There need be no talk of hiring if I decide to let you have the rooms. If, Mariam." Stirring honey into her tea, she studied them again. "What will make you decide?" Nynaeve asked quietly. Aylwyn continued to stir as if she had forgotten to drink. 3 young women riding fine horses. I don't know much about horses, but those look as fine as what the lords and ladies ride to me. You, Mariam, know enough of the craft that you ought to have hung herbs in your window already, or should be choosing where to do it. I've never heard of a woman practicing the craft too far from where she was born, but by your tongue, you are a long way. She glanced at Elaine. Not many places with hair that colour. Andor, I'd say, by your speech. Fool men are always talking about finding a yellow-haired Andor girl. What I want to know is why. Running away from something? Or running after something? Only you don't look like thieves to me, and I never heard of 3 women chasing after a man together. So tell me why, and if I like it,
Foreshadowing?
the rooms are yours. If you want to pay something, you buy a bit of meat now and then. Meat is dear since the trade up to Kyrian fell away. But first, the why, Mariam. We are
And she
chasing
proceeds
after
to
something,
tell her that
Aylwyn,
why, quick,
Nynaeve
fast,
said.
and in a hurry.
Or rather, after some people. Egwene schooled herself to stillness and hoped she was doing as well as Elaine, who was sipping her tea as if she were listening to talk about dresses. Egwene did not believe
Have a good
Aylwyn
one,
Gwenna's
Thatch.
dark eyes
Appreciate you,
missed a
G. Have
great
a good
deal.
night.
They stole some things, Aylwyn, Nynaeve went on, from my mother. And they did murder. We are here to see justice done. Burn my soul, the large woman said. Have you no menfolk? Men are not good for much beyond heavy hauling and getting in the way most of the time. And kissing and such. But if there's a battle to be fought or a thief to catch, I say let them do it. Andor is as civilized as Tyr. You are not Aiel. There was no one else but us.
I love it. No, I love it. I love it. But the Mother Genna also goes and mentions that a lot of people have been having dreams around the city lately. And my question was, are dreams only related to Rand, or is it also no, I said I think dreams may not just be related to Rand, but what if there's like a Forsaken radius, like, but I think that's obviously not true. I think it's obviously Rand. We find that out once we get to the end of the book, but that's just what I had said at that moment. Um, and then I love the way that Nine maneuvered like everything, like talking about the 3 murdered Aes Sedai, the Black Aja, and the Amerlin Seed, and all of this stuff, but not saying any of the actual stuff in the same way. And I love how Egwene is like, she's really trying to keep the bloody oaths like that. I love it, and she really did maneuver that really well. El El Queen. And then I started being a little confused. Well, not confused, but then a question was raised for me as far as, is Mother Genna the old lady from Eggy's vision? Because we haven't really seen anyone else call the Dark Friends fools in that way. So it just was a little interesting to me, or from her future dream, because there was that lady that was with her that called the Dark Friends fools and told her to say that they're fools too. So when she said fool, the Dark Friends are fools, I was like, we haven't heard anyone talk like that other than that lady from the dream world. So that definitely had me a little riled up, and then we end the chapter with Julian Sander, Cassian Ander, with Julian Sander pulling through the thief catcher, coming through to try to help them out. Um, yeah, and then I put really showing how much of an anomaly they are. They constantly are around. Oh, yeah. Because I think someone said something about royalty or something, and and Mother Genna basically laughed. She was like, "Royalty, bro? No one knows about no royalty around here. Ain't nobody ever been around no royalty." And then I said, that's when I was like, "Yo, it really shows how much of an anomaly that they are, because they are constantly around different royalties and high-ranking people, and it means absolutely nothing to them. Like, they care at a factor of zero. You know what I'm saying?" So it was just kind of funny to see that. Yeah, it was definitely funny to see that. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Okay, hopefully we don't have any. Hopefully we don't have as many interruptions as we get into.
Chapter 49. A Storm in Tyr.
Bro, this is where I was talking about that beautiful transition from one thing to the other, from one moment to the other. It was beautiful. I loved it. I really did. I can't even. I just love the way that the transition happened at the flash of a lightning.
Not last forever. Nynaeve looked into the purse thoughtfully before tightening the strings and putting it back into her pouch.
Oops,
There
I
are
didn't think I meant to do that. Yeah, no, I did.
13 women for you to find, Master Sandar, with as 5 these things. He stopped as she set her purse on the edge of the table and counted out 13 silver marks. Egwene thought she had chosen the lightest coins. Most were Tyran, only one Andoran. The Amelin had given them a great deal of gold, but even that would not last forever. Nynaeve looked into the purse thoughtfully before tightening the strings and putting it back into her pouch. There are 13 women for you to find, Master Sandar, with as much silver again when you do. Find them, and we will recover our property ourselves. I will do that myself for less than this, he protested. And there's no need for extra rewards. I charge what I charge. Have no fear I'll take a bribe. There is no fear of that, Aylwin agreed. I said he is honest. Just do not believe him if he says he loves you. Sandar glared at her. I pay the coin, Master Sandar, Nynaeve said firmly, so I choose what I am buying. Will you find these women? And no more? She waited for him to nod, reluctantly, before going on. They may be together or not. The first is a Tarabona. She is a little taller than I, with dark eyes and pale honey-coloured hair that she wears in many small braids after the Tarabon fashion. Some men might think her pretty, but she would not
So I
consider
was
it a
right.
compliment.
Okay, cool.
She has a mean, sulky mouth. The second is Kandori. She has long black hair with a white streak above her left ear, and... She gave no names, and Sandar asked for none. Names were so easily changed. His smile was gone now that the business was at hand. 13 women she described as he listened intently, and when she was done, Egwene was sure he could have recited them back word for word. Mother Guenna may have told you this, Nynaeve finished, but I will repeat it. These women are more dangerous than you can believe. Over a dozen have died at their hands already that I know of, and I would not be surprised if that was only a drop of the blood on their hands. Sandar and Aylwin both blinked at that. If they discover you are asking after them, you will die. If they take you, they will make you tell where we are, and Mother Guenna will probably die with us. The grey-haired woman looked disbelieving.
She told him.
Believe it. Nynaeve stared, demanded agreement. Believe it, or I'll take back the silver and find another with more brains.
She was not lying, yo. She was not lying at all. And that is crazy. But I still stand by it. They talk too damn much because it don't make no damn sense for them to have said all of those things. Like, why are you spilling quite literally all of the beans? Like, good plan, terrible plan, though. Like, good plan, but also terrible fucking plan. Like, what were you thinking? They literally talk way too much. And they weren't being very subtle about anything either. She was straight up like, these are the most dangerous women you'll ever meet in your life. And he's like, what? Look, 13 women do sound crazy. But should I be scared of him? I don't think so. It's like, yo, bro, I was like, bro, he's dead. I thought he was going to die. I was like, oh, this dude doesn't know what he's up against. He's dead. Because he think that she joking. Like, nah, bruh, this is the fight of your life. This is the moment. And then I was a little unsure about him. I wasn't sure if he knew what was going on, if he kind of knew that he was looking for Aes Sedai or Black Aja. It was just very interesting. I didn't trust him from the start, so that paid off. Yeah, so that paid off. And then something happened and it had me questioning.
Only shook her head and set about. Careful, Elaine said, and Nynaeve said more quietly. Be very careful, Egwene. Found us if I had not, Egwene said sharply. The striped stone felt far heavier than the gold. This was what they had done every night since leaving Tar Valon, with the sole exception of that night with the Aiel. Wake me after an hour, she told them. Elaine frowned. So short this time? Do you feel uneasy? Nynaeve said. Perhaps you are using it too often. We would still be in Tar Valon scrubbing pots and hoping to find a black sister before a grey man found us if I had not, Egwene said sharply. Light, Elaine's right. I am snapping like a sulky child. She took a deep breath. Perhaps I am uneasy. Maybe it is because we are so close to the heart of the stone now, so close to Callandor, so close to the trap, whatever it is. Be careful, Elaine said, and Nynaeve said more quietly.
You in the trap.
Careful, Egwene. Please. She was tugging her braid in short jerks. As Egwene lay down on the low-posted bed, with them on stools to either side, thunder rolled across the sky. Sleep came slowly. It was the rolling hills again, as always at first. Flowers and butterflies under spring sunshine, soft breezes and birds singing. She wore green silk this time, with golden birds embroidered over her breasts and green velvet slippers. The Ter Angrial seemed light enough to drift up out of her dress, except for the weight of the great serpent ring holding it down. By simple trial and error, she had learned a little of the rules of Tel'aran'rhiod. Riod. Even this world of dreams, this unseen world, had its rules, if odd ones. She was sure she did not know a tenth of them. And one way to make herself go where she wanted. Closing her eyes, she emptied her mind as she would have to embrace Saidar. It was not as easy, because the rosebud kept trying to form, and she kept sensing the true source, kept aching to embrace it. But she had to fill the emptiness with something else. She pictured the heart of the stone as she had seen it in these dreams, formed it in every detail, perfect, within the void. The huge, polished redstone columns, the age-worn stones of the floor, the dome far overhead, the crystal sword, untouchable, slowly revolving, hilt down in mid-air. When it was so real she was sure she could reach out and touch it, she opened her eyes, and she was there, in the heart of the stone. Or the heart of the stone as it existed in Tel Aran-Riod. The columns were there, and Callandor. And around the sparkling sword, almost as dim and insubstantial as shadows, 13 women sat cross-legged, staring at Callandor as it revolved. Honey-haired Leandrin turned her head, looking straight at Egwene with those big dark eyes.
The metaphysics are getting metaphysic-y.
Gasping, Egwene sat up in bed so fast she almost fell off the side. "What is the matter?" Elaine demanded. "What happened? You look frightened." "You only just closed your eyes," Nynaeve said softly. "This is the first time since the very beginning that you've come back without us waking you. Something did happen, didn't it?" She tugged her braid sharply. "Are you all right?" "How did I get back?" Egwene wondered. "Light, I do not even know what I did." She knew she was only trying to put off what she had to say. Unfastening the cord around her neck, she held the great serpent ring and the larger twisted ter Angreal on her palm. "They are waiting for us," she said finally. There was no need to say who. "And I think they know we are in Tyr." Outside, the storm broke over the city. Rain drumming on the deck over his head, Matt stared at the stones board on the table between him and Tom, but he could not really concentrate on the game, even with an Andorran silver mark riding on the outcome. Thunder crashed, and lightning flashed in the small windows. 4 lamps lit the captain's cabin of the Swift. Bloody ship may be as sleek as the bird, but it's still taking too bloody long. The vessel gave a small jolt, then another. The motion seemed to change. "He had better not run us into the bloody mud."
Yo, love the way that we got to see that transition through the storm yet again. That is just so dope. And I love this part when we're just rocking with Matt and we find out that this guy's just basically walking around with a grenade. And then Tom has become like Matt's sidekick, for lack of better words, and is literally following him around everywhere, rocking with him. And he's not going out, and I really did enjoy seeing Tom really try to rock. So they kind of go through they're looking for Komar. At this point, actually, I don't know why, but I did not realize that Matt was on this new mission to now go back and save the girls. I don't know how that disconnect occurred, but I did not realize it at all until the last minute, until right here. Quite literally. Like at this very moment, I was like, what? I was like, wait. Wait a minute. Is bro in Tyr? Is bro in Tyr to fight? Literally. I was like, yeah, I felt a little like, damn, how did I miss that? I don't know how I missed that, but apparently I did. There we go. But apparently I did. I gotta give me a little laptop stand or something. I hate looking down. Let's see. Yeah. And then it was, and then we have another really nice flash. Not a flash, but a little bit of a foreshadowing to what's kind of been going on with Perrin. And Matt's like, "Go home, Perrin." He found himself thinking, "Go home while you still can." He gave himself a shake. Fool, why would he want to? Like that little piece, that little bit, just kind of reminding us what's going on there, and kind of just reevaluating what's going on with that story right there. It's just like, damn. And as they continue to travel along, going from place to place, not finding a damn thing, playing dice along the way as well, just looking for any type of hint towards where the Hunters 3 are. He basically just is like, all right, bro, I'm just going to walk into this last place, whatever. As soon as he walks in, boom, Komar is there. And he's been playing dice all night. Lo and behold, he's been shooting dice. And I was like, what in the world? And then, they go in, they talk to the innkeeper. The innkeeper's like, oh yeah, this dude sucks. This dude sucks because he came here, obviously got a lot of money, and he's out here robbing the farmers. Or he out here playing against farmers and taking their money instead of going and playing against other royals. He's literally here just as a prick. And then we find out he also using trick dice. So it's like, bro, he on every forefront, this guy sucks cheese. And he did suck cheese. And this is where I really like everything that we got to see from this point.
Then jerked his head up. His face had gone white. But Matt scooped them up ahead of him. Komar glared. Have him arrested! He'll kill nobody in a prison. Stay there, and walked over to Komar. He is a wealthy man. Important. Wait here, Matt told Tom. I do not mean to let him reach Egwene and the others, whatever it takes. He yawned as he scraped back his chair. Wait, boy, Tom called after him, soft yet urgent. The gleeman pushed himself up out of his chair. Burn you. You don't know what you're putting your foot into. Matt waved for him to stay there and walked over to Komar. No one else had taken up the bearded man's challenge, and he eyed Matt with interest as Matt leaned his quarterstaff against the table and sat down. Komar studied Matt's coat and grinned nastily. You want to wager coppers, farmer? I do not waste my time with... He cut off as Matt set an Andorran gold crown on the table and yawned at him, making no effort to cover his mouth. You say little, farmer, though your manners could use improving. But gold has a voice of its own and no need of manners. He shook the leather cup in his hand and spilled the dice out. He was chuckling before they came to rest, showing 3 crowns and 2 roses. You'll not beat that, farmer. Perhaps you have more gold hidden in those rags that you want to lose. What did you do? Rob your master? He reached for the dice, but Matt scooped them up ahead of him. Komar glared, but let him have the cup. If both tosses were the same, they would throw again until one man won. Matt smiled as he rattled the dice. He did not mean to give Komar a chance to change them. If they threw the same toss 3 or 4 times in a row, exactly the same every time, even these defenders would listen. The whole common room would see. They would have to back his word. He spilled the dice onto the tabletop. They bounced oddly. He felt something shifting.
This is crazy.
It was as if his luck had gone wild. The room seemed to be writhing around him, tugging at the dice with threads. For some reason, he wanted to look at the door, but he kept his eyes on the dice. They came
My
to
margin was WTF.
5
Matt really
crowns.
has luck. WTF.
Komar's eyes looked ready to pop out of his head. You lose, Matt said softly. If his luck was in to this extent, perhaps it was time to push it. A voice in the back of his head told him to think, but he was too tired to listen. I think your luck is about used up, Komar. If you've harmed those girls, it's all gone. I have not even found, Komar began, still staring at the dice, then jerked his head up. His face had gone white. How do you know my name? He had not found them, yet. Luck, sweet luck, stay with me. Go back to Camelin, Komar. Tell Gabriel you could not find them. Tell him they are dead. Tell him anything, but leave Tyr tonight. If I see you again, I'll kill you. Who are you? The big man said unsteadily. Who? The next instant his sword was out and he was on his feet. Matt shoved the table at him, overturning it, and grabbed for his quarterstaff. He had forgotten how big Komar was. The bearded man pushed the table right back at him. Matt fell over with his chair, holding a bare grasp on his staff as Komar heaved the table out of the way and stabbed at him. Matt threw his feet against the man's middle to stop his rush, swung the staff awkwardly, just enough to deflect the sword. But the blow knocked the staff from his fingers, and he found himself gripping Komar's wrist instead, with the man's blade a hand from his face. With a grunt, he rolled backwards, heaving as hard as he could with his legs. Komar's eyes widened as he sailed over Matt to crash onto a table, face up. Matt scrambled for his staff, but when he had it, Komar had not moved. The big man lay with his hips and legs sprawled across the top of the table, the rest of him hanging down with his head on the floor. The men who had been sitting at the table were on their feet a safe distance away, wringing their hands and eyeing each other nervously. A low, worried buzz filled the common room. Not the noise Matt expected. Komar's sword lay within easy reach of his hand, but he did not move.
That
He
boy
stared at
Matt's
Matt,
on
though,
demon
as Matt kicked the
time.
sword away and went to one knee beside him. Light, I think his back is broken. I told you you should have gone, Komar. Your luck is all used up. Fool, the big man breathed. Do you think I was the only one hunting them? They won't live till... His eyes stared at Matt and his mouth was open, but he said no more. Nor ever would again.
Matt out here catching bodies. Yo, Matt is out here catching bodies and gingerly as well. Like, he has no issue about it. And that's wild. And then after that's when the innkeeper's like, yo, go head on. I'm gonna tell everybody that this dude that I had a dream about did it. And who is it? Of course, it's freaking Rand. So Rand's weird radar or weird radius is actually going haywire, and the Forsaken's weird radius is going haywire, and they're conflicting. And then while that's going on, Matt can freaking play Russian roulette like super easy and never die. Freaking insane. I love it. He's like it's like he's Taverin, but he's also like the complete opposite of Taverin in the same way. Because the pattern's not necessarily weaving around him. It's something completely different than that, you know? Which I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what it is at all. And then Tom's cough starts growing worse, and he starts feeling worse and worse, and immediately my margin was, oh no, Tom better not die from TB or I'll be furious. And I am so serious. You know, tuberculosis would take people back in the day. Like, it would take them out. Chapter 49 was another solid chapter. Love the way that we were able to transition into the next chapter, getting that parent POV. So let's go ahead and dive into
Chapter 50. The Hammer. The afternoon sun was hot as the ferry docked in Tyr. Puddles stood on the steaming stones of the dock, and the air seemed almost as damp to Perrin as Illian's had. The air smelled of pitch and wood and rope. He could see shipyards further south along the river, of spices and iron and barley, of perfumes and wines and 100 different aromas he could not single out from the melange, most coming from the warehouses behind the docks. When the wind swirled momentarily out of the north, he caught the scents of fish too, but those faded as the wind swung back. No smells of anything to hunt. His mind reached out to feel for wolves before he realized what he was doing, and snapped his guards shut. He had done that too often of late. There had been no wolves, of course, not in a city like this. He wished it did not feel so... alone. As soon as the ramp at the end of the barge was lowered, he led Stepper...
Perrin, yo. Perrin is just such a good freaking character, bruh. Chapter 50, my favorite chapter. This is literally my favorite chapter. So we start this chapter with Perrin grimacing at Loyal calling Zareen Falcon or Faeline. Like, think about that. That's where we start this at. Like, whoo! How far we go. And I even said that, you know, because Perrin's like, you will find out why we are here when Moiraine decides to tell you. Like, Perrin is saying that. What? That is just so much growth for his character, to be one way when we first get introduced to him to how he is now, and it's like follow the Aes Sedai, do as she says. He's damn near a warder, you know. He's damn near a warder. Loyal dog, him. And then as they get into Tyr, because that's where everyone is going, he's looking around and he's noticeably surprised about how the mud is in the city and how everyone is just kind of walking around, no shoes, barefoot, and all these other things. And we basically get a lesson on some of these nicest cities usually have the poorest people. And I love how Loyal is like sticking up for
Instead of just
everything.
looking at everything at once, he saw that Loyal was drooping till their tufts were hidden in his hair, and a woman walking on little wooden platforms caught his attention for a time, and he wondered why they did not all wear them. Those baggy breeches on the men looked as if they might be cooler than the snug ones he wore, but he was sure he would feel a fool if he tried them. He made a picture in his head of himself wearing those breeches and one of those round straw hats, and chuckled at it. "What do you find funny, Perrin?" Loyal asked.
Immediately,
His
he was
ears
on
were
him like,
drooping
"But this
till their
isn't funny."
tufts were hidden in his hair, and he looked at the people in the street worriedly. "These folk look defeated, Perrin. They did not look this way when I was here last. Even people who let their grove be cut down do not deserve to look like this." As Perrin began to study faces, instead of just looking at everything at once, he saw that Loyal was right. Something had gone out of too many of those faces. Hope, maybe. Curiosity. They barely glanced at the party riding by, except to get out of the way of the horses. The Ogier, mounted on an animal as big as a draft horse, might as well have been Lan, or Perrin. The streets changed, gaining wide stone paving after they passed inside the gates of the high grey city wall, past the hard, dark eyes of soldiers in breastplates over red coats with wide sleeves ending in narrow white cuffs, and rimmed round helmets with a ridge over the top. Instead of the baggy breeches other men wore, theirs were tight and tucked into knee-high boots. The soldiers frowned at Lan's sword and fingered their own, stared sharply at Perrin's axe and his bow, but in a way, despite their frowns and sharp looks, there was something beaten in their faces too, as if nothing were really worth the effort any longer.
Right. What the hell is going on? You know? That's all I know is what the hell is going on. We meet somebody and they're like, "Light shone on you, friend Ogier, and welcome. It is a year or more since I have seen one of your kind in here." So I immediately was like, "A year? What? Who? When? I thought Ogier ain't been around for hella long." Well, not for, you know what I mean? Like, we keep getting Ogier teased. We have to be going to Stedding's next book. We have to be hitting the Stedding in book 4. Get money. Get money. Good money. Good money. Mm. Yeah. Oh, the next thing I have is how big of a kid that Faeline is, or Zareen, before she was Aileen. How she starts mocking Moiraine is like, "Stay close to the end." I put such a big kid. And then immediately after that, Perrin is like, "This is not a story. The will weaves us into the pattern. You chose to tangle your thread with ours. It's too late to untangle it now." Like, who the hell is this dude? You know? I'm like, yo, who is this guy? What in the world? Perrin, look how far you came, my guy. Honestly, insane.
Smith picked up a short length of thick square stock and pushed it into Perrin's hand, then picked up his hammer again and spoke without looking up from his work. "Apprentice?" was all he said. "Yes," Perrin replied just as simply. The smith worked on for a time. It was a barrel scrape, for cleaning the insides of wooden barrels. Now and again he eyed Perrin consideringly. Setting his hammer down just for a moment, the smith picked up a short length of thick square stock and pushed it into
I
Perrin's
love this
hand,
part.
then picked up his hammer again and resumed work. "See what you can do with that," he said. Without even thinking about it, Perrin stepped over to an anvil on the other side of the forge and tapped the stock against its edge. It made a nice ring. The steel had not been left long enough in the slow furnace to pick up a great deal of carbon from the coal. He pushed it into the hot coals for almost its entire length, tasted the 2 water barrels to see which had been salted, the third was olive oil, then took off his coat and shirt and chose a leather vest that would fit his chest. Most of these Tyran fellows were not as large as he, but he found one that would do. Finding an apron was easier. When he turned around, he saw the smith, still with his head down over his work, nodding and smiling to himself. But just because he knew his way around a smithy did not mean he had any skill at smithing. That was yet to be shown. When he came back to the anvil with 2 hammers, a set of long-handled flat tongs, and a sharp-topped hardy, the steel bar had heated to a dark red, except for a small bit of what he had left out of the coals. He worked the bellows, watching the colour of the metal lighten until it reached a yellow just short of white. Then he pulled it out with the tongs, laid it on the anvil, and picked up the heavier of the 2 hammers. About 10 pounds, he estimated, and with a longer handle than most people who did not know metalworking thought was necessary. He held it near the end. Hot metal gave off sparks sometimes, and he had seen the scars on the hands of the smith from up at Roundhill, a careless fellow. He did not want to make anything elaborate or fancy. Simple things seemed best at the moment. He began by rounding the edges of the bar, then hammered the middle out into a broad blade, almost as thick as the original at the butt, but a good hand and a half long. From time to time he returned the metal to the coals to keep it at the pale yellow, and after a time he shifted to the lighter hammer, half the weight of the first. The piece beyond the blade he thinned down, then bent it over the anvil horn in a curve down beside the blade. A wooden handle could be fixed onto that eventually. Setting the sharp chisel hardy in the anvil's hardy hole, he laid the glowing metal atop it. One sharp blow of the hammer cut off the tool he had made, or almost made. It would be a chamfer knife, for smoothing and levelling the tops of barrel staves after they were hopped together, among other things. When he was done. The other man's barrel scrape had made him think of it. As soon as he had made the hot cut, he tossed the glowing metal into the salted quenching barrel. Unsalted gave a harder quench for the hardest metal, while the oil gave the softest for good knives. And swords, he had heard, but he had never had any part in making anything like that. When the metal had cooled enough, to a dull grey, he removed it from the water and took it to the grinding wheels. A little slow work with the foot pedals ground a polish onto the blade. Carefully, he heated the blade portion again. This time the colours deepened to straw, to bronze. When the bronze colour began to run up the blade in waves, he set it aside to cool. The final edge could be sharpened then. Quenching again would destroy the tempering he had just done. "A very neat bit of work," the smith said. "No wasted motion. You looking for work? My apprentices just walked away, all 3 of them. The worthless fools, and I have plenty you could do." Perrin shook his head. "I do not know how long I will be in here. I'd like to work a little longer if you do not mind. It has been a long time, and I miss it. Maybe I could do some of the work your apprentices would have done." The smith.
Bruh. Perrin out here, one hell of a blacksmith. Love that we got to spend that time with him doing that, and then proceeds to spend more time, with him. It's really dope. And then Faline pulls up and is like, "Yo, you really a blacksmith?" And then Ajala's like, "Apprentice," he says, "but the work he did today amounts to his master's piece, as far as I am concerned." And then Perrin shifted his feet at the compliment, and the smith grinned at him. And my margin was, "Oh, shucks." Because Dermot had my boy all shifty. Got my boy all shifty. And then Ajala gives him a hammer. And then Perrin's like, yeah, but when Perrin gets the hammer, he's like, "Thank you. I cannot say what this means to me, yo." My margin was, I just fucking love Perrin. Like, he's just awesome, yo. And then this is when he looks at the axe with the half moon blade and thick spike. And then he also sees the hammer and he's staring at him. And it's, it's like, yeah, bruh, it's right here. What you gonna do, Like, what you gonna do?
Him. I'm glad you decided to join us, farm boy, Zareen said sarcastically. Moraine would not say anything till you came. She just looks at us as if she is deciding which of us is going to die. Be quiet, Moraine told her sharply. One of the Forsaken is in Tyr. The High Lord Saemon is Belal. Perrin shivered. Loyal squeezed his eyes shut and groaned. I could have remained in the steading. I would probably have been very happy, married whoever my mother chose. She is a fine woman, my mother, and she would not give me to a bad wife. His ears seemed to have hidden themselves completely in his shaggy hair. You can go back to Steading Shangtai, Moraine said. Leave now if you wish. I will not stop you. Loyal opened one eye. I can go? If you wish, she said.
Yo, Loyal really be having me weak.
He opened the other eye and scratched his cheek with blunt fingers the size of sausages.
If that's the case, I'm staying here.
I suppose, if I have a choice, that I will stay with all of you. I have taken a great many notes, but not nearly enough to complete my book, and I would not like to leave Perrin and Rand.
Moraine cut him off in a cold voice. Good, Loyal. I am glad that you are staying. I will be glad to use any knowledge you have. But until this is done, I have no time to listen to your complaints. I suppose, Zareen said in an unsteady voice, that there is no chance of me leaving? She looked at Moraine and shivered. I thought not. Blacksmith, if I live through this, I will make you pay.
And he's like, me? What you mean, me? What the hell did I do? I love the dynamic.
And, briefly for once, I want your long memory of Belal. Perrin blinked in confusion. Loyal? Why are you asking him? Zareen burst out angrily. First, you tell the blacksmith you mean us to fight one of the Forsaken, who can kill us all before we can even think. And now you ask Loyal about him? Loyal murmured urgently, that name she used, Fail. But she did not even slow. I thought Aes Sedai knew everything. Light, at least I am smart enough not to say I will fight someone unless I know everything I can of him. You... She trailed off under Moraine's stare, muttering. Ogier, the Aes Sedai said coolly, have long memories, girl. It has been well over 100 generations since the breaking for humans, but less than 30 for Ogier. We still learn things from their stories that we did not know. Now, tell me, Loyal,
30.
What do you know of Belal? And, briefly for once, I want your long memory, not your long wind. Loyal cleared his throat, a sound much like firewood tumbling down a chute.
Belal.
His ears flickered out of his hair like hummingbird wings, then snapped down again.
I do not know what can be in the stories about him you do not already know. He is not much mentioned, except in the raising of the Hall of the Servants, just before Lews Therin Kinslayer and the 100 companions sealed him up with the Dark One. Jalander, son of Ariad, son of Tsoyan, wrote that he was called the Envious, that he forsook the light because he envied Lews Therin, and that he envied Ishamael and Lanfear too. In a study of the War of the Shadow, Moilin, daughter of Hamada, daughter of Juendan, called Belal the Net Weaver. But I do not know why. She mentioned him playing a game of stones with Lews Therin and winning, and that he always boasted of it. He glanced at Moraine and rumbled, I am trying to be brief. I do not know anything important about him. Several writers say Belal and Samael were both leaders in the fight against the Dark One before they forsook the light, and both were masters of the sword. That is truly all I know. He may be mentioned in other books, other stories, but I have not read them. Belal is just not spoken of very often. I am sorry I could not tell you anything useful.
Perhaps you have, Moraine told him. I did not know of the name, the Net Weaver. or that he envied the dragon as well as his companions in the shadow. That strengthens my belief that he wants Calendor. That must be the reason he has chosen to make himself a High Lord of Tyr. And the Netweaver, a name for a schemer, a patient and cunning planner. You have done well, Loyal. For a moment the Ogier's wide mouth curved up in a pleased smile, but then it curved down again.
Damn. Freaking crazy, bro. It's wild to see how many people were on the other side and then they switched up, you know? Like, that is actually really crazy to me because so many switched up and, like, straight up just betrayed him. Like, I hope that doesn't mean any of our titular characters we have now are going to be switching up on Rand in the future the way that the past people switched up on the last dragon, because that would be pretty sad to have all this stuff go on and then see any of them turn on them. That would be terrible. Wonderful, wonderful world building, character development, and foreshadowing, but that would be terrible. Wonderful chapter though. Wonderful flipping chapter. Really like 50. Okay, actually we can do that first part right there because the next chapters are back to 9 and stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. So what was that? How many chapters did we just cover? 48, 49, and 50. So yeah, 3 chapters. We covered 3 chapters. Nice. Okay, so those first 3 chapters were so good in this section, yo. I loved them. Really did. I really loved them. I think they did a really great job just building out all of our titular characters in their own way, letting us be caught up with everyone, and also like I say this I've said this like every week so far, but honestly, this feels so much like a movie or a show or something like that because it is constructed. It's literally constructed in a way to where we can leave off a story line and come back to it, and the sections are split up in such a way too. It's like it's insane. It's just so good. It's so good. It be having me so excited, like so excited. Like, bruh. Yeah, they did it. They do such a good job. I love it. Okay, let's see. Straight up Google Kyle. I brought his YouTube channel up, Thatch, just in case you're watching on the replay. I brought up his YouTube channel. I will be watching some of his stuff later on today because I definitely gotta get something going with that. They haven't fully said what the deal was, but Scuttlebutt is they ran into a scuttlebutt. What in the what? They ran into an issue with another production company. Oh, that has the rights to Wheel of Time and wouldn't let them do the lore videos. Oh, okay, that makes sense, Tofi. All right, thank you. There were 2 more animated videos made during season 1 that were supposed to get like 3 years ago and never happened. Wow. The ring is very precious to Eggy. Facts. Eggy loves that ring, yo. No Elaine Slender. Come on, Charisse. You know how it goes. She be tweaking sometimes. Yeah, sleep well and wake, my brother Thatcher. I will say before I run that Matt's contradictory thoughts and actions in this section is such a beautiful setup for his character going forward. These chapters in the finale are the best in this, in my opinion. I agree with you completely. I think all of these chapters did a really good job of coming full circle, giving us really good payoff, seeing these characters like start to take steps into a direction that allows them to have a little bit more control over their life. And by doing that, they start actually controlling the pattern. And Matt is actually the only one that's kind of understanding that he has the ability to do that, but it's something that they're all doing in their own way as well. So hopefully, well, no, I don't. I think Rand ran off. Like, I don't think anyone is together anymore again. So who knows what's happening next? I like the part where Elaine slaps Egwene. Oh, that's hella funny. It's also Bilal's dreams affecting Tyr. Same thing that was happening with Samael and Ilian. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's like, bruh, there's way too much stuff going on. So that's two places that are being ran by Dark Friends, Forsaken, somebody bad. Very suspicious. The world of dreams influence on the Matrix. Oh, Matt is like Santa Claus with full of toys. Tavarian amplifies his luck when he needs it, and his luck amplifies his Tavarian powers when he needs it. I think of it as two unrelated but similar powers amplifying each other in a feedback loop. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as well. It definitely gives you that vibe of the water generator where it's like dipping into the thing, and that is what makes the thing perpetually move. Well, not perpetually, but you know what I'm saying? That's what makes it move in the first place is the water flowing from it. So it's like the luck and the Taviran are both doing the things, and it's causing the water and the luck to kind of be dispersed throughout all the other things that are going on. It's pretty wild. Everything I just said is headcanon. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Not everyone in the city is giving into the despair projected by Bilal, but people like the blacksmith and Mother Genna are immune. Nothing magic here, just inner peace from hard work. Hey, and that's what I love too. I think I had put that down somewhere. Like, yo, everybody is getting freaking rotted from the inside out with all this shit that's happening. And it's dope to see that there are still people around that are like fighting it. And then, it's even to the point where that's where we have like a little mini arc all around Sander and him being beat down and not as, upbeat about everything all the way, but also being upbeat and then getting taken advantage of and then standing up for himself in the end and coming to save everybody. Like all of that weaves together in a really nice way. Super good way. The way the Forsaken just woke up, looked around, and yoinked entire nations is so scary. Wasn't even hard. Facts. That is actually insane. Like that's insane that happened. Like they're just like, all right, let's do it. We're about to go. You take over that hemisphere. I'm gonna take over this hemisphere. Like, let's go. Let's go back. Like, let's press play. We're just gonna pick up where we left off. What in the hell? No conquering armies of darkness. Just compel a few important people to give you all this stuff. Yeah, and then you're just set like for life after that, and you don't have to worry about anything. And they don't. They do not worry about a thing. Not a thing. Not a goddamn thing. I gotta say that is kind of crazy. But that is chapters 48 through 50. So let's get into the next little chunk of chapters that we are going to get into here. And that is chapters 51, 52, and 53. Now, let's go ahead and get into.
Chapter 51. Bait for the net. From the corner of her eye, Nynaeve thought she glimpsed a tall man with reddish hair in a swirling brown cloak, well down the sunlit street. But as she turned to peer from under the wide brim of the blue straw hat Aylwin had given her, an ox-drawn wagon was already lumbering between them. When it lurched on, the man was nowhere to be seen. She was almost certain that had been a wooden flute case on his back, and his clothes were certainly not Tyron. It couldn't be Rand. Just because I keep dreaming about him does not mean he is going to come all the way from Almouth Plain. One of the barefoot men hurrying past, with the sickle-shaped tails of a dozen large fish sticking up from the basket on his back, suddenly tripped, catapulting silver-scaled fish over his head as he fell. He landed on hands and knees in the mud, staring at the fish that had come out of his basket. Every one of the long, sleek shapes stood upright, stuck nose down in the mud, forming a neat circle. Even a few passers-by gaped at that. Slowly the man got to his feet, apparently unaware of the mud on him. Unslinging his basket, he began gathering the fish back into it, shaking his head and muttering to himself.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. I had no idea that, bruh. Yeah, I did not know that at all. I didn't know they all just dropped into a circle. That's wild. That's random. Interesting as hell. What the what? But this is in chapter 51. This was the first question that I asked. I was like, yo, so the citizens are drained by the Forsaken, right? That's the first time that I wrote it down because it was just obvious at that point to me, I think. And then I was so happy to see them actually get kidnapped. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds kind of bad, but I was just like, bro, this is what happens because you guys are always running your damn mouths about everything that's going on around you and to everybody that you see. Like, you're giving so much information. Why haven't y'all learned not to give out hella information yet?
Rage flooded her, washed away the walls inside that usually kept her from the power, and as the basket fell from her hands, she was a white blossom on a blackthorn bush, opening to embrace Saidar, opening. It was as if she had run into another wall, a wall of clear glass. She could feel the true source, but the wall stopped everything except the ache to be filled with the one power. The basket hit the floor, and as it bounced, the door behind her opened, and Liandrin stepped in, followed by a black-haired woman with a white streak above her left ear. They wore long, colourful silk dresses cut to bare their shoulders, and the glow of Saidar surrounded them. Liandrin smoothed her red dress and smiled with that pouting rosebud mouth. Her doll's face was filled with amusement. "You see, do you not, Wilder?" she began. "You have no—" Nynaeve hit her in the mouth as hard as she could. "Light, I have to get away." She backhanded Rihanna so hard the black-haired woman fell on her silk-covered rump with a grunt. "They must have the others, but if I can make it out the door, if I can get far enough away they can't shield me, I can do something." She pushed Liandrin hard, shoving her away from the door. "Just let me escape their shielding, and I'll—" Blows hit her from every side, like fists and sticks pummeling her. Neither Liandrin, blood trickling from a corner of her now grim mouth, nor Rihanna, her hair as disarrayed as her green dress, lifted a hand. Nynaeve could feel the flows of air weaving about her as well as she could feel the blows themselves. She still struggled to reach the door, but she realized that she was on her knees now, and the unseen blows would not stop. Invisible sticks and fists striking at her back and her stomach, her head and her hips, her shoulders, her breasts, her legs, her head. Damn. Groaning, she fell onto her side and curled into a ball, trying to protect herself. "Oh, Light, I tried! Egwene! Elaine, I tried! I will not cry out! Burn you! You can beat me to death, but I won't cry!" The blows stopped, but Nynaeve could not stop quivering. She felt bruised and battered from crown to toe. Liandrin crouched beside her, arms around her knees, silk rustling against silk. She had wiped the blood away from her mouth. Her dark eyes were hard, and there was no amusement on her face now. "Perhaps you are too stupid to know when you are defeated, Wilder. You fought almost as wildly as that other foolish girl, that Egwene. She almost went mad. You must all learn to submit."
Woo, woo. Bruh, the way I was not ready for that at all, bro. Talk about a 42 fake, yo. I was so upset that our guy betrayed them. Oh, man. like I had high hopes, even though I kind of was like, bro, you're hella sus. I still had high hopes that he wasn't gonna be like, a dilemma, but he was. He was he was a dilemma for sure. And he was acting hella sus when he saw Nynaeve again, and it was just like, oh no, don't, don't tell me. You know what I mean? Like it was like, bro, please don't tell me that. Don't tell me this dude is being shady. And immediately shit started going down as soon as Nynaeve walked back into the place. Like, damn. And then again, this one I was like, see, this is why stranger danger is a thing. I also made a margin here that says that Leandrin is a far better character in the show. And I think I stand on that. Like, I think there's a couple characters that I like more in the show. There's a couple characters that I like more in the book. There's a couple characters that I think are good in both. But Leandrin, well, at least where we are currently, Leandrin is kind of just like generic bad guy in the book. Like, yeah, she's the one that kidnapped Nynaeve and them and stuff like that, but it's like it doesn't feel, up until this point at least, it hasn't felt like she even was there or anything, In the show, they did a really good job of seeding Leandrin in throughout the entire thing. You know what I mean? Like, so we know she about that shit from the jump. And I think they did a really good job of giving that to us. And then I love the relationship between Leandrin and Nynaeve in the show. And yeah, in the show, if you guys remember, I was like on Leandrin's side up until the point where she sold them, and I was like, ooh. I was like, all right, chat, my bad. I thought she was not I didn't know she was a bad person like that. I thought she was just conflicted, but nah, she's a bad person. She's a bad person. She is a bad person for sure. And then we also find out that they going 13-13 here, yo. It's about to be bad to the bone, yo. They're going 13-13. They got all the things that they need in order to turn someone to the Dark One. Because I'm pretty sure that was it, right? They needed 13 Madral, 13 Dark Friends, and then they would be able to turn somebody into a Dark Friend or some shit like that, right? And like basically bind them to the Dark One, which is insane. It's so crazy how the magic doesn't feel like magic. Marisu, you always say the metaphysics, but like yeah, you're right. It is metaphysics, but it's like magiphysics or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it's like a science physician. I don't know. I'm not sure. And then we end it with bruh. Yeah. We end this chapter really sad as they're just like screaming and shit, and they're all like, no, not again. We were moving for real. It was honestly crazy how shit was moving. It was like, it felt like, oh, we're at the end of the book. Like, like thing after thing is going down. And I love that. Truthfully, I love that. And we really feel that way as we get into
Chapter 52. In Search of a Remedy. Slumped on the stool in the Gleeman's room, Matt grimaced as Tom coughed again. How are we going to keep looking if he's so bloody sick he can't walk? He was ashamed as soon as he thought it. Tom had been as assiduous in searching as he had, pushing himself day and night when he had known he was coming down sick. Matt had been so absorbed in his hunt that he had paid too little attention to Tom's coughing. The change from constant rain to steamy heat had not helped it. Come on, Tom, he said. Lopar says there's a wise woman not far. That is what they call a wisdom here. A wise woman. Wouldn't Nynaeve like that? I do not need any foul-tasting concoctions poured down my throat, boy. Tom stuffed a fist through his moustaches in a vain attempt to stop his hacking. You go ahead looking. Just give me a few hours on my bed, and I'll join you. The racking wheezes doubled him over till his head was almost on his knees. So, I am supposed to do all the work while you take your ease? Matt said lightly. How can I find anything without you? You learn most of what we hear. That was not exactly true. Men talked as freely over dice as they did while buying a gleeman a cup of wine. More freely than they did with a gleeman hacking so hard they feared contagion. But he was beginning to think that Tom's cough was not going to go away by itself.
I don't think it's gonna go away by itself either. Yo, we get into this chapter and it is crazy. As he's walking around, he literally just stumbles upon Mother Guan. Or I can't think of her name, but he literally stumbles upon the mother lady. And he's like, bro, what? And that shit had me like, yo, wait. No way. Mother Ginna. Yeah, Mother Ginna. And he's like, my luck can't be this good. My luck can't be this good. But it was. It was.
Hacking keeping him from rising more than halfway to his feet. Mother Gwenna put a hand on his shoulder and pushed him back down as easily as a child. The gleeman gave her a startled look. I will take care of him, Matt Cawthon, she said. No! Tom shouted. You cannot do this to me! You can't leave me with this old... Only her hand on his shoulder kept him from doubling over. Matt grinned at the white-haired man. I have enjoyed knowing you, Tom. As he hurried out into the street, he found himself wondering why he had said that. He isn't going to bloody die. That woman will keep him alive if she has to drag him kicking and screaming out of his grave by his moustaches. Yes, but who is going to keep me alive?
Yo, a nice little chapter there, dropping them off, getting them going. I love that. I love that. You know, like I love it. They did a good job, man. It's a good job going on here. It's a good job going on here. I love that chapter there. All right, let's get it going. That was another shorter chapter, or that was a shorter chapter, I should say. So let's just jump on into
Chapter 53, A Flow of the Spirit. Perrin shrugged into his coat as he walked back toward the star through the evening shadows. A good tiredness soaked through his arms and shoulders. Along with more common work, Master Ajala had him make a large piece of ornamental work, all elaborate curves and scrolls, to go on some country lord's new gate. He had enjoyed making something so pretty. I thought his eyes would come out of his face, blacksmith, when you said you would not make that thing if it was for a high lord. He glanced sideways at Zareen, walking beside him, the shadows masking her face. Even for his eyes, the shadows were there, just fainter than they would have been for another's. They emphasized her high cheekbones, softened the strong curve of her nose. He just could not make up his mind about her. Even if Moraine and Lan still insisted they stay close to the inn, he wished she could find something else to do besides watch him work. For some reason, he had found himself growing awkward whenever he thought of her tilted eyes on him. More than once he had fumbled with his hammer till Master Ajala frowned at him wonderingly. Girls had always been able to make him feel awkward, especially when they smiled at him, but Zareen did not have to smile. Only look. He wondered again if she was...
Hey, yo. My boy Perrin started falling in love. It was hilarious how immediately everyone is having dreams about Rand, though. And Perrin's like, nah, it's just dreams. It's nothing. No big deal. And then Zareen's like, a tall man with reddish hair and gray eyes holding something that shines brightly that it hurts your eyes in a place that is great redstone? Please tell me that's not the dream. And the Moraine's like, I told you. Holy. And it's awesome the way that nobody is like turning away as well. Everyone's like, well, I guess we're rocking. I guess we are rocking.
Talked in frightened whispers his ears could barely catch. Even so, he heard dragon 3 times. As he reached the top of the stairs, he heard another soft sound, a thump, as of something falling in the private dining room. He peered that way along the hall. Zareen? There was no answer. He felt the hair on the back of his neck shift, and padded that way. Zareen? He pushed open the door. For you! She was lying on the floor near the table. As he started to rush into the room, Moraine's commanding shout halted him. Stop, you fool! Stop for your life! She came along the hallway slowly, head turning as if she were listening for something, or searching for something. Lan followed with his hand on his sword, and a look in his eye as if he already knew steel would do no good. She came abreast of the door and stopped. Move back, Perrin. Move back. In agony, he stared at Zareen. At Fail. She lay there, as if lifeless. Finally, he made himself step back from the door, leaving it open, standing where he could see her. She looked as if she were dead. He could not see her chest stir. He wanted to howl. Frowning, he worked his hand, the one he had used to push the door into the room, opening and closing his fingers. It tingled sharply, as if he had struck his elbow. Aren't you going to do anything, Moraine? If you will not, I am going to her.
Aren't you gonna do anything, Moraine? Bro was devastated. Just like that, bro. I thought it was over for Fail. I was like, oh no! At this point, they're like, all right, bro, well, we got to get up out of here. We got shit to do. And he's like, bro, we can't just leave her. And then Moraine's like, all right, bet, stay then. Bet, stay then. If you don't want to, if you're trying to get up out of here, then stay. Don't worry.
Stand still or you will go nowhere, she said calmly. What is that by her right hand? As if it dropped from her grip when she fell. I cannot make it out. He glared at her, then peered into the room. A hedgehog? It looks like a hedgehog carved out of wood.
And even that comes back in a major way. In a major freaking way. We find out that the carving is a Terangriel that last studied by Corianin Nadiel, the last dreamer the tower had. The talent called dreaming is a thing of spirit, Perrin. It is not a thing I have ever studied. My talents lie in other ways. Also reinforcing that the Aes Sedai basically have like majors, you know, they have like majors and minors that they specialize in at college. Like it's kind of wild. Like it's
Or
like,
not.
damn.
Perrin did not know, but he knew it for the wolf dream. Rolling grassy hills surrounded him, and scattered thickets. He saw deer browsing at the edges of the trees, and a herd of some sort of running animal bounding across the grass, like brown striped deer but with long straight horns. The smells on the wind told him they were good to eat, and other scents spoke of more good hunting all around him. This was the wolf dream. He was wearing the blacksmith's long leather vest, he realized, with his arms bare, and there was a weight at his side. He touched the axe belt, but it was not the axe hanging from its loop. He ran his fingers over the head of the heavy smith's hammer. It felt right. Hopper alighted in front of him. Again, you come like a fool. The sending was of a cub sticking its nose into a hollow tree trunk to lap honey despite the bees stinging its muzzle and eyes. The danger is greater than ever, young bull. Evil things walk the dream.
The brothers and sisters avoid the mountains of stone the two legs pile up, and almost fear to dream to one another. You must go. No,
Sheesh.
Perrin said. Fail is here, somewhere, trapped. I have to find her, Hopper. I have to.
He felt a shifting inside him, something changing. He looked down at his curly-haired legs, his wide paws.
Yo.
He was an even larger wolf than Hopper.
You are here too strongly.
Every sending carried shock.
You will die, young bull. If I do not free the falcon, I do not care, brother. Then we hunt, brother.
Noses to the wind, the two wolves ran across the plain, seeking the falcon.
Bro turned into a damn wolf, chat. What? Y'all remember when I asked in book 1, I was like, so can bro like turn into a wolf? I'm pretty sure one of you guys said not necessarily. Like, yo, that's crazy. There's so many answers to everything. That's definitely, yeah, that's beautiful. Oh, is that the next 3 chapters right there? My children? Yo, that was the next 3 chapters. Yo, we went through that one kind of quick. That just kind of happened. I wasn't even trying to speed through that. Right? Yeah, 51, 52, and 53. Yeah. And now we just got the end. Oh, wow. That's pretty crazy. I ain't gonna lie. So let's mark some stuff off here so I can know where we're at. Boom. Wow, okay. Chapters 51 through 53. I read this book a long time ago. Listening to these chapter recaps, I had forgotten how good it was. Many of the characters are start reaching their potential, and that shit is crazy. Also, welcome to the chat, Brian. I appreciate you, man. I hope you're having a good one. But yeah, I agree. Like, we are really seeing these characters hit their stride, for lack of better words. Like, they are really starting to like flow. It's like, damn. Oh shit. Like, when we get to the end, magnificent, literally. I don't want my laptop to die. Sorry about that. All right. Book Leandrin is just a sociopath. Show Leandrin went dark because she was abused by her dad, but Book Leandrin probably abused her dad for fun. That's a fact, though. Like, that's a fact because Book Leandrin is on demon time. Like, she's just like, all right, come on, let's sell them. Yep, they can be slaves. All right, go kidnap them. All right, let's beat the shit out of them. Let's just stand here and watch them get their ass beat, black and blue and purple. Like, what, G? Goddamn. Why so aggressive? Damn. All right. That was, yeah, we kind of breezed through that one. I'm not gonna lie. Let's get it going and let's get into the next stuff. But before we do chat, y'all already know. Go and get some of your Marvel Bros stuff. What is up, Super Fam?
How's it going, everyone?
Welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture.
We started Marvel Bros back in 2019 because we have a love for not only Marvel movies and comics, but because we wanted to have a place where people could stay up to date with all pop culture news.
Here, you will have access to all of our content, whether it be trailer reaction. You look like He-Man.
Oh!
And most importantly, controllable.
Go!
Character breakdowns. Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown.
Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown, where we dive deeper into characters and theorize about the latest films.
Pop culture news updates. On today's pop culture news update.
And on today's pop culture news update,
or movie reviews.
we love to have open discussions here on the channel, so feel free to join us when we go live.
Battle Cove, I like that Kang's motives are understandable in the same way Thanos' motives were. That's exactly what we're saying. That was pretty awesome. Well.
Or jump in the comment section of a trailer reaction or breakdowns so we can theorize, converse, and nerd out.
Follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with the latest news, rumors, content, and more.
You can also join our Discord, where we are constantly having conversations pertaining to Marvel, DC, Star Wars, anime, and everything pop culture.
All of our past pop culture news updates are available wherever you listen to podcasts at.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the super fan.
To get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. All right, chat. And now it is time. We are in the last section of tonight, which is kind of crazy. But when you really think about it, shit was moving. It was really breezing through. Like there was a lot of stuff happening in these chapters, but also there was kind of not a lot of stuff happening in the chapter, but there was. I don't know. But this is also me refining my streamline process, so maybe that's just why we're kind of breezing through shit right now, because this is crazy. All right, let's do it. Let's get into
Chapter 54. Into the Stone. The rooftops of Tyr were no place for a sensible man to be in the night, Matt decided as he peered into the moon shadows. A little more than 50 paces of broad street, or perhaps narrow plaza, separated the stone from his tiled roof, itself 3 stories above the paving stones. But when was I ever sensible? The only people I ever met who were sensible all the time were so boring that watching them could put you to sleep. Whether the thing was a street or a plaza, he had followed it all the way around the stones since nightfall. The only place it did not go was on the riverside, where the Erenin ran right along the foot of the fortress, and nothing interrupted it except the city wall. That wall was only 2 houses to his right. So far, the top of the wall seemed the best path to the stone, but not one he would be overjoyed to take. Picking up his quarterstaff and a small wire-handled tin box, he moved carefully to a brick chimney a little nearer the wall. The roll of fireworks, what had been the roll of fireworks before he worked on it back in his room, shifted on his back. It was more of a bundle now, all jammed together as tight as he could make it, but still too big for carrying around rooftops in the dark. Earlier, a slip of his foot, because of the thing, had sent a roof tile skittering over the edge and roused the man sleeping in a room below to bellow, "Thief!" and send him running. He hitched the bundle back into position without thinking about it and crouched in the shadows of the chimney. After a moment, he set the tin box down. The wire handle was beginning to grow uncomfortably warm. Yo, the subtle foreshadowing moments of being like this tin box just kind of like being there. And it's like, bro, what the hell is up with this warm ass tin box? Like, what's going on?
And then you see this dude just running on the top of the roof. Like, why is he just running on the top of the roof? Like, what's happening here? Right? There's so much things happening. And then, boom, the next thing he knows, he's like basically getting into a full-blown fight. And he's on the floor, on the roof. And then he's on the top and he's like, damn it, I gotta run into real thieves. And I was immediately like, wait, does he not remember Aiel? And then he remembers the Aiel that they met in the mountain. And he's like, oh, yo, wait a minute. And I was like, wait, bro was just fought 2 Aiel, though, didn't he? Like, bro's actually him, low-key, because he was fighting Aiel. To the point where they were like, hey, let's fight again. What's happening? And then who else pulls up other than Jewel and Sander? Like, yo, what is Sander doing here? And Matt's like, bro, how many people are on this bloody roof? And I had that same idea. I was like, how many people are on this bloody roof? And then he looks and then he's like, yo, is there someone shimmying up the side of the building that I'm about to shimmy up the side of? Yo, I really like that. I really like that. Yo, is there someone shimmying where I'm about to shimmy? Oh, no, that's crazy. Like, he was like, bro, what? And of course, our guy Ruark makes another appearance. Love me some Ruark. They're all talking on the roof. Matt talks to a little bit of all of the Aiel. They all kind of discuss what they're doing there, what's going on. And then Sander is like, yo, the friends of yours that you're looking for, are they 3 women? And he's like, yeah, they are. How'd you know? And he's like, damn. I hate to tell you, G, but he's like, I ain't even gonna tell you, G. Let me just say I know where they are. Don't ask me how I know, but I just know exactly where they are, and I know how to get them in. I know because I'm a thief. I'm kind of like an honorary officer around here, and I know where they take people when they arrest them. But I'm not the one that got them arrested or anything. Like what, bro? What are you? What are you yammering on about, buddy?
Like that should be enough to pull everyone who was not completely deaf. The lid of the tin box was hot enough that he had to blow on his fingers twice before he could pry it off. He wished he had what it took a deep breath, and started toward up there, inside the stone, then whoever was guarding the cells might not pay as much attention to a thief-taker bringing a thief. I might as well add a little to the confusion. I worked hard enough on it. Very well, thief-taker. Just don't decide I am a real prisoner at the last minute. We can start for your gate as soon as I stir the ant-hill a bit. He thought Sandar frowned, but he did not mean to tell the man more than he had to. Sandar followed him across the rooftops, climbing to higher levels as easily as he did. The last roof was only a little lower than the top of the wall and ran right up to it, a matter of pulling himself up rather than climbing. What are you doing? Sandar whispered. Wait here for me. With the tin box dangling from one hand by its wire handle and his quarterstaff held horizontally in front of him, Matt took a deep breath and started toward the stone. He tried not to think of how far it was to the pavement below. Light, the bloody thing is 3 feet wide. I could walk it with a bloody blindfold in my sleep. 3 feet wide, in the dark, and better than 50 feet to the pavement. He tried not to think about Sandar not being there when he came back, either. He was all but committed to this fool notion of pretending to be a thief caught by the man, but it seemed all too probable that he would return to the roof to find Sandar gone, maybe bringing more men to make him a prisoner in truth. Don't think about it, just do the job at hand. At least I'll finally see what it is like. As he had suspected, there was an arrow slit in the wall of the stone right at the end of the wall. a deep wedge cut into the rock holding a tall, narrow opening for an archer to shoot through. If the stone were attacked, the soldiers inside would want some way to stop any trying to follow this path. The slit was dark now. There did not appear to be anyone watching. That was something he had tried not to think about too. Quickly, he set down the tin box at his feet, balanced his quarterstaff across the wall right against the side of the stone, and unslung the bundle from his back. Hurriedly, he wedged it into the slit, forcing it in as far as he could.
Guy.
He wanted as much of the noise to be inside as he could manage. Pulling aside a corner of the oiled cloth cover revealed knotted fuses. After a little thinking, back in his room, he had cut the longer fuses to match the shortest, using the pieces to help tie all the fuses together. It seemed they should all go off at once, and a bang and flash like that should be enough to pull everyone who was not completely deaf. The lid of the tin box was hot enough that he had to blow on his fingers twice before he could pry it off. He wished he had whatever Eludra's trick had been, lighting that lantern so easily, to expose the dark bit of charcoal inside, lying on a bed of sand. The wire handle came off to make tongs, and a little blowing had the coal glowing red again. He touched the hot coal to the knotted fuses, let tongs and coal fall over the side of the wall as the fuses hissed into flame, snatched up his quarterstaff, and darted back along the wall. "This is crazy," he thought as he ran. "I don't care how big a bang it makes. I could break my full neck doing this." The roar behind him was louder than anything he had ever heard in his life. A monstrous fist punched him in the back, knocking all the wind out of him even before he landed, sprawled on his belly on the wall top, barely holding onto his staff as it swung over the edge. For a moment, he lay there, trying to make his lungs work again, trying not to think how he must have used up all his luck this time by not falling off the wall. His ears rang like all the bells in Tarvalon.
Oh.
Pushing himself up carefully, he looked back toward the stone. A cloud of smoke hung around the arrow slit. Behind the smoke, the shadowed shape of the arrow slit itself seemed different, larger. He did not understand how or why, but it did seem larger. He only thought for a moment. At one end of the wall, Sandar might be waiting, might be intending to take him into the stone as a pretend prisoner, or might be hurrying back with soldiers. At the other end of the wall, there might be a way inside without any chance of Sandar betraying him. He darted
Here
back
it
the way he had
goes.
just come, no longer worrying
This is
about
why-
the darkness or the drop to either side. The arrow slit was larger, most of the thinner stone at the middle simply gone, leaving a rough hole as if someone had hammered at it with a sledge for hours. A hole just big enough for a man. How in the light? There was no time for wondering. He pushed through the jagged opening, coughing at the acrid smoke, jumped to the floor inside, and had run a dozen steps before defenders of the stone appeared, at least 10 of them, all shouting in confusion. Most wore only their shirts, and none had helmet or breastplate. Some carried lanterns, some
This is where
held
Brett had
bared
me
swords.
absolutely
Fool.
weak.
He shouted inside his head.
This is why you set the bloody things off in the first place. Light-blinded fool.
He had no time to make it back out onto the wall. Quarterstaff spinning, he threw himself at the soldiers before they had a chance to do more than see he was there, hurled himself into them,
Yo.
smashing at heads, swords, knees, whatever he could reach, knowing they were too many for him to handle alone, knowing that his full toss of the dice had cost Egwene and the others whatever chance he might have had. Suddenly, Sandar was there beside him, in the light of lanterns dropped by men clawing for their swords, his slender staff whirling even faster than Matt's quarterstaff. Caught between two staffmen, taken by surprise, the soldiers went down like pins in a game of bowls. Sandar stared at the fallen men,
Bruh.
shaking his head. "Defenders of the stone. I have attacked defenders. They will have my head for—" "What was it that you did, Gambler? That flash of light and thunder breaking stone. Did you call lightning?" His voice fell to a whisper. "Have I joined myself to a man who can channel?" "Fireworks," Matt said.
I was
correctly.
like, bruh.
His ears were still ringing, but he could hear more boots coming, running boots thudding on stone. "The cells, man! Show me the way to the cells before any more get here!" Sandar shook himself. "This way!" He dashed down a side hall, away from the oncoming boots.
We must hurry. They will kill us if they find us.
Somewhere above, gongs began to sound an alarm, and more thundered echoes through the stone. "I'm coming," Matt thought as he ran after the thief-taker. "I'll get you out or die. I promise it." The alarm gongs sent
Bruh.
echoes crashing through the stone.
Bro, like, I love me some Matt, yo, and who would have thought that bro Sarand, is his name Sarand? Sandar, Sander would be on it like that. I did not know that Sander was just going to be right through the whole two, going blow for blow with his quarterstaff, or not a quarterstaff, his small staff. Like, bruh, come on, that's awesome. They do such a good job, man. Like, this shit is just constructed perfectly. Robert Jordan just masterfully crafts it, yo. He crafts it masterfully, you know? Like, wow. And then guess what? It's Rand time! Let's go! Rand! We see Rand for like a brief second. Because we see the alarm gongs going off and all that good stuff, and then bam, Egwene wakes up from being knocked out, and she's like, "Well, huh, Rand? What? Rand? You there?" He was not there. All the girls wake up. Oh,
Her hand to her face, wincing. Her mouth had a bitter taste, and she was thirsty. Rand? What? Why was I dreaming about Matt again, all mixed with Rand and shouting that he was coming? What? She opened her eyes, stared at the grey stone walls, one smoky rushed torch casting flickering shadows, and screamed as she remembered it all. No! I will not be chained again! I won't be collared! No! Nynaeve and Elaine were beside her in an instant, their bruised faces too worried and fearful for the soothing sounds they made to be believed. But just the fact that they were there was enough to still her screams. She was not alone.
damn.
A prisoner, but not alone, and not collared. She tried to sit up,
And that got to be the most important thing, right? Like, bruh, not collared. Because, damn, she been through it. But I do love, I said this already, I hope that's one of the things that they do in the show is actively let us see what's going on with her, you know? Like, I want to see her kind of going down that rabbit hole more so, and not just, oh, you know, yeah, that's right. This happened. Like, no, it needs to really bother her the way it does in the book. Like, she is going through it. Like, she's going through it. It's not a easy. It's not just another day at the office, you know. She's really struggling. And I hope we see something like that. In the show. That would be nice. This is where we find out they all beat the hell up in the jail cell, locked up. They won't let me out. Amiko is guarding them. They don't know what they're going to do next. They start talking about how Leandrin is talking about 15 or bringing 13 Madral on their way because they about to basically do what they got to do to try to hack Rand is what it seems like. They're going to try to hack Rand and turn him into a dark friend or something crazy like that. Um. Oh shit! I forgot all about. We got to see Perrin again over here. Yeah, like you see, shit is moving so fast. Like, how are we already at the end of this chapter, bro? Like, we're flying through it. Or maybe this is just because my notes are immaculate.
Separate weavings, and not only had it been no trouble to hold them all at once, and deserved every blow, or how to adjust the weaving so she did not have to miss the unseen blow, long as you were in the real world. Talaran Riod is a dream. When I wake, I will take your Angrial from you myself. Be careful what you do, lest I have reason to be angry when I come to your cell. Egwene smiled at her. Are you certain you will wake, dark friend? If your Angrial requires channeling, why did you not wake as soon as I shielded you? Perhaps you cannot wake, so long as you are shielded here. Her smile faded away. The effort of smiling at this woman was more than she could bear. A woman once showed me a scar she received in Teleran Riod, dark friend. What happens here is still real when you wake. The sweat rolled down the Black Sister's smooth, ageless face now. Egwene wondered if she thought she was about to die. She almost wished she were cruel enough to do that. Most of the unseen blows she had received had come from this woman, like a pounding of fists, for no reason more than that she had kept trying to crawl away. No reason more than that she had refused to give up.
Damn.
A woman who can give such beatings, she said, should have no objections to a milder one. She wove another flow of air quickly. Joya Bayir's dark eyes bulged in disbelief as the first blow landed across her hips. Egwene saw how to adjust the weaving so she did not have to maintain it. You will remember this, and feel it when you waken. When I allow you to waken. Remember this too, if you ever even try to beat me again, I will return you here and leave you for the rest of your life. The Black Sister's eyes stared hate at her, but there was a suggestion of tears in them too. Egwene felt a moment of shame. Not at what she was doing to Joya. The woman deserved every blow, if not for her own beating, then for the deaths in the tower. Not that.
Damn.
Not really. But because she had spent time on her own revenge, while Nynaeve and Elaine were sitting in a cell hoping against hope that she might be able to rescue them.
That's true.
She tied off and set the flows of her weavings before she knew she had done it, then paused to study what she had done. 3 separate weavings, and not only had it been no trouble to hold them all at once, but now she had
I
done
don't
something so they
understand
would
that
maintain
part.
themselves.
How is she leveling the hell up like that? Like, she's leveling herself up in the dream world that is not a dream world of Teleran Riad, and then bringing that knowledge back to the real world too. But it's like how does she know how to do it in the dream world to know how to bring it back to this world though? You know, like that's something that really freaks my mind about it. Is it's like how is that part happening? You know?
She thought she could remember how, too. And it might be useful. After a moment, she unravelled one of the weavings, and the dark friend sobbed, as much from relief as from pain. I am not like you, Egwene said. This is the second time I have done something like this, and I do not like it. I'm going to have to learn to cut throats instead. From the Black Sister's face, she thought Egwene meant to start learning with her.
Yo, that's crazy. Because for real, she keeps getting into these situations that she does not want to be in like this. She's like, come on, yo. I don't want to do any of this stuff. I don't want to do any of that, you know? Like that's how she's been for real. But she keeps getting forced into these situations where it's like, well, it doesn't really matter what you want to do, Eggy. That is do or die. It is do and or die. Okay.
To see wolves.
Oops.
He thought they had been startled at being there themselves. He wiped his mouth, then stared at his hand with a momentary lack with had to be a way down to the cells somewhere. The stone corridor fell silent as the final dying scream was cut off by young Bull's jaws closing on the two-leg's throat, crushing it. The blood was bitter on his tongue. He knew this was the Stone of Tyr, though he could not say how he knew. The two legs lying around him, one kicking his last with Hopper's teeth buried in his throat, had smelled rank with fear as they fought. They had smelled confused. He did not think they had known where they were. They certainly did not belong in the wolf dream, but they had been set to keep him from that tall door ahead with its iron lock. To guard it, at least. They had seemed startled to see wolves. He thought they had been startled at being there themselves. He wiped his mouth, then stared at his hand with a momentary lack of comprehension. He was a man again. He was Perrin, back in his own body, in the blacksmith's vest, with the heavy hammer at his side. "We must hurry, young..."
Bruh, like, yo, let's go. Let's go.
Bull, there is something evil near. Perrin pulled the hammer from his belt as he strode to the door.
Fail must be here.
One sharp blow shattered the lock. He kicked open the door. The room was empty, except for a long stone block in the middle of the floor. Fail lay on that block as if sleeping, her black hair spread out like a fan, her body so wrapped in chains that it took him a moment to realize she was unclothed. Every chain was held to the stone by a thick bolt.
Damn.
He was hardly aware of crossing the space until his hand touched her face, tracing her cheekbone with a finger. She opened her eyes and smiled up at him. "I kept dreaming you would come, blacksmith."
I will have you free in a moment. Fail.
He raised his hammer, smashed one of the bolts as if it were wood. "I was sure of it, Perrin." As his name faded from her tongue, she faded too. With a clatter, the chains dropped to the stone where she had been.
No!
He cried.
I found her! The dream is not like the world of flesh, young bull. Here, the same hunt can have many endings.
He did not turn to look at Hopper. He knew his teeth were bared in a snarl. Again, he raised the hammer, brought it down with all his strength against the chains that had held Fail. The stone block cracked in two under his blow. The stone itself rang like a struck bell.
I found her! That was
Then
just...
I will hunt again.
Oh my
He
goodness.
growled. Hammer in hand, Perrin strode out of the room with Hopper beside him. The stone was a place of men. And men, he knew, were crueler hunters than ever wolves were.
Yo, oh my goodness. Like, literally, there's like many chapters in the chapter. So that's why you can kind of breeze through it so fast. Because it's like, oh, you're here. Oh, you're here. Oh, you're there. Oh, you're there. And now we're done. Like, whoa, wait, what? Like, because there's so many arcs occurring at the same time. Truly exquisite. Like, this shit is truly exquisite. Goddamn hair scared the hell out of me. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, my hair really scared the hell out of me. That was wild. Okay, what happened next? Okay. All right, we're back.
The stone was a place of men. And men, he knew, were crueler hunters than ever wolves were.
What the hell?
He was not the first man dressed so that Matt had faced already, but he was surely the best. "Can you make it past me, thief catcher?" Matt called, careful not to take his eyes off the man waiting for him with blade poised to strike. Sandar had insisted irritably on thief-catcher, not thief-taker, though Matt could not see any difference. "I cannot," Sandar called from behind him. "If you move to let me by, you will lose room to swing that oar you call a staff, and he will spit you like a grunt." I go, "What?" "Well, think of something, Tyrant. This ragamuffin is grating my nerves." The man in the gold-striped coat
Ragamuffin.
sneered. "You will be
honoured
honoured to die in the blade of the High Lord Darlin peasant, if I allow it so." It was the first time he had deigned to speak. "Instead, I think I will have the pair of you hung by the heels and watch while the skin is stripped from your bodies." "I do not think I'd like that," Matt said. The High Lord's face reddened with indignation at being interrupted, but Matt gave him no time for any outraged comment. Quarterstaff whirling in a tight double-loop weave, so quick the staff blurred at the ends, he leaped forward. It was all a snarling Darlin could do to keep the staff from him. For the moment. Matt knew he could not keep this up very long, and if he was lucky then, it would all go back to the strike and counterstrike. If he was lucky. But he had no intention of counting on luck this time. As soon as the High Lord had a moment to set himself in a pattern of defence, Matt altered his attack in mid-whirl. The end of the staff Darlin had been expecting at his head dipped instead to sweep his legs out from under him. The other end did strike at his head then, as he fell, a sharp crack that rolled his eyes back up in his head. Panting, Matt leaned on his staff over the unconscious High Lord. "Burn me, if I have to fight one or two more like this, I'll bloody well fall over from exhaustion. The stories do not tell you being a hero is such hard work. Nynaeve always did find a way to make me work." Sandar came to stand beside him, frowning down at the crumpled High Lord. "He does not look so mighty lying there," he said wonderingly. "He does not look so much greater than me." Matt gave a start and peered down the hall where a man had just gone trotting across along a joining corridor. Burn me. If I did not know it was crazy, I would swear that was Rand. "Sandar, you find that—" he began, swinging his staff up onto his shoulder, and cut off when it thudded into something. Spinning, he found himself facing another half-dressed High Lord, this one with his sword on the floor, his knees buckling, and both hands to his head where Matt's staff had split his scalp.
Bro, this man Matt is so badass. He's accidentally taken people out that are about to sneak attack him. Bro, he's him. He is Himothy. There is no question. He did the thing. Like, that's that's crazy. Oops. What happened just now? All right. I can't believe it, but we're already on...
Chapter 55. What is written in prophecy.
Oh. All right. Hold on to your britches, ladies and gents. Because this is crazy. Where we at? Yo. What a chapter this one was. I can't even begin to explain how much I enjoyed it. We start off with our boy Rand.
Rand entered the chamber slowly, walking among the great polished redstone columns he remembered from his dreams. Silence filled the shadows, yet something called to him. And something flashed ahead, a momentary light, throwing back shadow. A beacon. He stepped out beneath a great dome and saw what he sought. Calendor, hanging hilt down in mid-air, waiting for no hand but that of the Dragon Reborn. As it revolved, it broke what little light there was into splinters, and now and then it flared as if with a light of its own, calling him, waiting for him. If I am the Dragon Reborn, if I am not just some half-mad man cursed with the ability to channel, a puppet dancing for Moraine and the White Tower. Take it, Luz Therin. Take it, Kinslayer. He spun to face the voice. The tall man with close-cropped white hair who stepped from the shadows among the columns was familiar to him. Rand had no idea who he was. This fellow in a red silk coat with black stripes down its puffy sleeves and black breeches tucked into elaborately silver-worked boots. He did not know the man, but he had seen him in his dreams. "You put them in a cage," he said. "Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine, in my dreams. You kept putting them in a cage and hurting them." The man made a dismissive gesture of his hand. "They are less than nothing.
He's like, yeah, that's what I do.
Perhaps one day, when they have been trained, but not now. I confess surprise that you cared enough to make them useful. But you were ever a fool, ever ready to follow your heart before power. You came too soon, Lews Therin. Now you must do what you are not yet ready for, or else die. Die, knowing you have left these women you care for in my hands."
Damn,
seemed to be
bro's a
waiting for
menace.
something.
Like, who the hell
Expectant.
even says some shit like that?
I mean to use them more, Kinslayer. They will serve me, serve my power. And that will hurt them far more than anything they have suffered before.
Like, bro, I don't know if you should have said that to this dude that's literally turned up. And Rand's like, "Do you believe you can frighten me so easily? Forsaken? Balsamon himself has hunted me. Do you think I cower now for you? Grovel before a Forsaken when I have denied the Dark One to his face? Is that what you think?" Oh, shit. Yo. Letting us know, like, hey, bruh, nah, buddy. Like, that is not what's going on here, man. Sorry. But you gotta try again, Rand. You have not went up against Balsamon, or the one that you think. You know, you have not. Like, it's about to go down for you.
Behind Rand, Callandor flashed, throwing one pulse of warmth against his back. "Who are you?" "You do not remember me, do you?" The white-haired man laughed suddenly. "I do not remember you either. Looking this way. A country lad with a flute case on his back. Did Ishamael speak the truth? He was ever one to lie when it gained him an inch or a second. Do you remember nothing, Lews Therin?" "A name," Rand demanded. "What is your name?" "Call me Betlal." The Forsaken scowled when Rand did not react to the name. "Take it," Belal snapped, throwing a hand toward the sword behind Rand. "Once we rode to war side by side, and for that I give you a chance. A bare chance, but a chance to save yourself. A chance to save those 3 I mean to make my pets. Take the sword, countryman. Perhaps it will be enough to help you survive me." Rand laughed. "Do you believe you can frighten me so easily, Forsaken? Balsamon himself has hunted me. Do you think I will cower now for you? Grovel before a Forsaken when I have denied the Dark One to his face?"
Talking his shit.
"Is that what you think?" Belal.
Rand was talking his shit. I'm not gonna lie, he really was. Rand was feeling himself this whole time. He was like,
You
maybe
remember
I
nothing,
am
do
the
you?
dragon.
"This time, you have not learned enough. This time, Lews Therin, I will kill you." Belal's mockery deepened. "Perhaps, if you take Callandor, you might extend your life a little longer. A little longer." He came forward slowly, almost as if to give Rand time to do just that. Turn and race to Callandor, to the sword that cannot be touched, to take it. But the doubts were still strong in Rand. Callandor could only be touched by the Dragon Reborn. He had allowed them to proclaim him so for 100 reasons that seemed to leave him no choice at the time. But was he truly the Dragon Reborn? If he raced to touch Callandor in truth, not in a dream, would his hand meet an invisible wall while Belal cut him down from behind? He met the Forsaken with the sword he knew, the blade of fire wrought with Sidene, and was driven back. The falling leaf met watered silk. The cat dances on the wall, met the boar rushes downhill. The river undercuts the bank, nearly lost him his head, and he had to throw himself inelegantly to one side, with black flame brushing his hair, rolling to his feet to confront the stone falls from the mountain. Methodically, deliberately, Belal drove him back in a spiral that slowly tightened on Calendor. Shouts echoed among the columns, screams, the clash of steel, but Rand barely heard. He and Belal were no longer alone in the heart of the stone. Men in breastplates and rimmed helmets fought with swords against shadowy, veiled shapes that darted among the columns with short spears stabbing. Some of the soldiers formed a rank. Arrows flashing out of the dimness took them in the throat, the face, and they died in their line. Rand hardly noticed the fighting, even when men fell dead within paces of him. His own fight was too desperate. It took all of his concentration. Wet warmth trickled down his side. The old wound was breaking open.
Bro was literally fighting for his life. He was fighting for his life. This shit is
There
so
was no further
awesome.
time for learning. Take it, Rand. Whips of Moraine said, as coolly serene as if she were standing in a mirror. He moved his hand, pouring the screaming deaths around her. I thought you were neatly out of the way, woman. No matter. You are only an annoyance. A stinging fly. Slay you. No! Even Belal gave a start at the command in that woman's voice. The Forsaken stepped back out of the arc of Rand's sword and turned his head to frown at Moraine as she came striding through the battle, her eyes fixed on him, ignoring the screaming deaths around her. I thought you were neatly out of the way, woman. No matter. You are only an annoyance. A stinging fly. A bite me. I will cage you with the others and teach you to serve the shadow with your puny powers. He finished with a contemptuous laugh and raised his free hand. Moraine had not stopped or slowed while he spoke. She was no more than 30 paces from him when he moved his hand, and she raised both of hers as well. There was an instant of surprise on the Forsaken's face, and he had time to scream, No! Then a bar of white fire, hotter than the sun, shot from the Aes Sedai's hands, a glaring rod that banished all shadows. Before it, Belal became a shape of shimmering motes, specks dancing in the light for less than a heartbeat. Flicks consumed before his cry faded.
She vaporized, bruh. Literally. She vaporized him. Ah! And he said, ah! And disappeared, bro. That's crazy. That's insane. She just been holding on to Bellfire the whole campaign and just been waiting to use it. The mage used Fireball.
There was silence in the chamber as that bar of light vanished. Silence, except for the moans of the wounded. The fighting had stopped dead. Veiled men and men in breastplates alike standing as if stunned. He was right concerning one thing, Moraine said, as coolly serene as if she were standing in a meadow. You must take Calendor. He meant to slay you for it, but it is your birthright. Better by far that you knew more before your hand held that hilt. Yet you have come to the point now, and there is no further time for learning. Take it, Rand. Whips of black lightning curled around her. She screamed as they lifted her, hurled her to slide along the floor like a sack until she came up against one of the columns. Rand stared up at where the lightning had come from. There was a deeper shadow up there, near the top of the columns, a blackness that made all other shadows look like noonday.
God damn!
2 eyes
Here he
of fire
comes!
stared back at him. Slowly, the shadow descended, resolving into Baalzamon, clothed in dead black like a Murdral's black. Yet even that was not so dark as the shadow that clung to him. He hung in the air, 2 spans above the floor, glaring at Rand with a rage as fierce as his eyes. Twice in this life I have offered you the chance to serve me living. Flames leaped in his mouth as he spoke, and every word roared like a furnace. Twice you have refused, and wounded me. Now you will serve the great lord of the grave, in death. Die, Luz Therin Kinslayer. Die, Rand al'Thor. It is time for you to die. I take your soul! As Baalzamon put forth his hand, Rand pushed himself up, threw himself desperately toward Calendor, still glittering and flashing in mid-air. He did not know whether he could reach it, or touch it if he did, but he was sure it was his only chance. But Alzamon's blow struck him as he leapt, struck inside him, a ripping and crumpling, tearing something loose, trying to pull a part of him away. Rand screamed. He felt as if he were collapsing like an empty sack, as if he were being turned inside out. The pain in his side, the wound taken at Farm, was almost welcome, something to hang on to, a reminder of life. His hand closed convulsively on Callandor's hilt.
Woo!
The one power surged through him, a torrent greater than he could believe, from Sidene into the sword. The crystal blade shone brighter than even Moraine's fire had. It was impossible to look at, impossible any longer to see that it was a sword, only that light blazed in his fist. He fought the flow, wrestled with the implacable tide that threatened to carry him, all that was really him, into the sword with it.
Damn.
For a heartbeat that took centuries, he hung, wavering, balanced on the brink of being scoured away like sand before a flash flood. With infinite slowness, the balance firmed. It was still, as though he stood barefoot on a razor's edge above a bottomless drop. Yet something told him this was the best that could be expected. To channel this much of the power, he must dance on that sharpness as he had danced the forms of the sword.
Oh my
He turned
God.
to face Baalzamon. The tearing within him had ceased as soon as his hand touched Callandor. Only an instant had passed, yet it seemed to have lasted forever.
You will not take my soul! He shouted. This time, I mean to finish it once and for all! I mean to finish it now!
But Baalzamon fled, man and shadow vanishing.
Woo!
For a moment, Rand stared, frowning. There had been a sense of folding as Baalzamon left, a twisting, as if Baalzamon had in some way bent what was. Ignoring the men staring at him, ignoring Moraine crumpled at the column base, Rand reached out through Callandor and twisted reality to make a door to somewhere else. He did not know to where, except that it was to where Baalzamon had gone. I am the hunter now, he said, and stepped through.
Yo, okay, son. So I don't know, bruh. Rand al'Thor on Demon Time is amazing. And Bosman being like, oh, I gotta go. That's the best thing ever, for real. Because Bosman was just talking that big shit, big ishy. Ishy was talking that big ish. And the next thing he knew, it was, what did you just say, RJ? Because, bro, he reached out through Callandor, twisted reality to make a door somewhere. He did not know where, except that it was where Baalzamon had gone. I am the hunter now, he said, and stepped through. Did this just become Portal Fantasy? You know what I mean? Like, bruh, what is happening? Like, bro, how are they gonna do any of this in the show? Like, what the hell? When you're level 15 and you stumble across dead ass though. That's funny. Um, let's see. And then we shift POVs to Egwene, just doing her Egwene thing. Um, Yeah, Egwene's doing her Egwene thing. Wait, no. Wait, what? Watch weekend? Oh yeah, just a little bit. Oh yeah. All right, so we're back to Egwene doing her Egwene
On
thing,
the
like
other
I
hand,
said.
he wondered if there was something on the
Oh, never mind. But yeah, we're back to Egwene doing her Egwene thing. She's in Tel'aran'rhiod trying to figure out how she can free them, basically.
She is Aes Sedai!
and why even that blow, and gauntlets, and helmets with great screws on her eyes, and tried to find sleep in the wordless humming tune. The shield wavered. I can do next.
Okay.
Making the
All
threads
right.
of spirit much stronger this time, thicker, and reach Tel'aran'rhiod
Okay, here
would
we
dream of
go.
a pleasanter place. For a moment she felt something close to despair. The image flickered into being again, and was gone. There was no mistaking that slender neck, and the pale, innocent-appearing face with its eyelids fluttering on the edge of sleep. Amiko Nagoyen was drifting toward sleep, dreaming of her guard duties, and apparently toying drowsily with one of the stolen Angreal. Egwene could understand that. It had been a great effort to stop using the one Verin had given her, even for a few days. She knew it was possible to cut a woman off from the true source, even if she had already embraced Saidar. But severing a weave already established had to be much harder than damming the flow before it began. She set the patterns of the weaving, readied them, making the threads of spirit much stronger this time, thicker and heavier, a denser weave with a cutting edge like a knife. The wavering shape of the dark friend appeared again, and Egwene struck out with the flows of air and spirit. For an instant, something seemed to resist the weaving of spirit, and she forced it with all of her might. It slid into place. Amiko Nagoyen screamed. It was a thin sound,
Yeah.
barely heard, as faint as she herself was, and she seemed almost like a shadow of what Joya Bair had been. Yet the bonds woven of air held her. She did not vanish again. Terror twisted the dark friend's lovely face. She seemed to be babbling, but her shouts were whispers too soft for Egwene to understand. Tying and setting the weaves around the Black Sister, Egwene turned her attentions to the cell door. Impatiently, she let earth flood into the iron lock. It fell away in black dust, in a mist that dissolved completely before it struck the floor.
I love how
She
she
swung open the
thought it
door.
was gonna.
And was not surprised to find the cell empty, except for one burning rush torch. But Amiko is bound, and the door is open. For a moment, she thought of what to do next. Then she stepped out of the dream. And woke, to all her bruises and aches and thirst, to the wall of the cell against her back, staring at the tightly shut cell door. Of course, what happens to living things there is real when they wake. What I did to stone or iron or wood has no effect in the waking world. Nynaeve and Elaine were still kneeling beside her.
Bruh. Beautiful way to, like, just get all of this understanding of what the hell is going on. They keep talking about it, and she's like,
To
all right,
stop
I'm about
him
to go
opening that
back
door.
in.
He did not care why she just sat there like a stuffed scarecrow. On the other hand, he wondered if there was something on the other side worth being afraid of. If she is one of those who took Egwene and the others, it stands to reason she's guarding them. Tears
Facts.
leaked from the woman's eyes. Only she looks like it's a bloody half-man in there. But there was only one way to find out. Propping his staff against the wall, he turned the key in the lock and flung open the door, ready to run, if need be. Nynaeve and Elaine were kneeling on the floor, with Egwene apparently asleep between them. He gasped at the sight of Egwene's swollen face, and changed his mind about her sleeping. The other two women turned toward him as he opened the door. They were almost as battered as Egwene. "Burn me! Burn me!" looked at him, and gaped. "Matrim Courson," Nynaeve said, sounding shocked. "What under the light are you doing here?" "I came to bloody rescue you."
he said. Burn me if I expected to be greeted as if I had come to steal a pie. You can tell me why you look as if you'd been fighting bears later, if you want. If Egwene cannot walk, I'll carry her on my back. There are Aiel all over the stone, or near enough, and either they are killing the bloody defenders, or the bloody defenders are killing them, but whichever way it is, we'd better get out of here while we bloody well can. If we can. Mind your language, Nynaeve told him, and Elaine gave him one of those disapproving stares women were so good at. Neither one seemed to have her full attention in it, though. They began shaking Egwene as if she were not covered with more bruises than he had ever seen in his life.
Hilarious that they were mind blown off Matt. Like, they definitely expected Rand, but got Matt. Like, they were like, oh yeah, Rand will come and save us. If he doesn't, we'll figure it out ourselves. And then here comes Matt like, hello, ladies.
Egwene's eyelids fluttered open, and she groaned. Why did you wake me? I must understand it. If I loose the bonds on her, she will wake, and I'll never catch her again. But if I do not, she cannot go all the way to sleep, and I... Her eyes fell on him, and widened. Matron Coulson! What under the light are you doing here? You tell her, he told Nynaeve. I am too busy trying to rescue you to watch my They were all staring beyond him, glaring as if they wished they had knives in their hands.
And that's when they straight up see Sandara. I don't know why I keep forgetting bro's name. Sarand. I keep forgetting his name because bro's just some random dude that pulled up and literally became a pivotal part of what happens. Bro had the quickest redemption arc ever. Sander. That's what his name is. Sandar. Yeah, Sander. They're like, bruh, get this guy out of here. And he's like, hey, look, I was controlled. Da, 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 da. They're like, yeah, we feel you. And then they start doing Matt dirty after he straight up saved them. They start lifting him in the air and shit. Damn near twirling him around. I was like, that's cold. I was like, that's so cold. Why were they doing him like that? I don't know why they did him like that, but they did. They did him extra dirty, yo. And then after we do all this, we then get our shift back to our guy, Perrin.
Struck, and the peal deepened. A third blow, and the bronze doors shattered like glass. Within, 100 almost did not see it. Falcons. Thousands of tiny falcons. She has to be here. I do not think I can last much longer. With a shout, he swung his hammer against the bronze. It rang like a great gong. Again he struck, and the peal deepened. A third blow, and the bronze doors shattered like glass. Within, 100 paces from the broken doors, a circle of light surrounded a falcon chained to a perch. Darkness filled all the rest of that vast chamber. Darkness and faint rustlings as of hundreds of wings. He took a step into the room, and a falcon stooped out of the murk, talons scoring his face as it passed. He threw an arm across his eyes, talons tore at his forearm, and staggered toward the perch. Again and again the birds came, falcons diving, striking him, tearing him, but he lumbered on, with blood pouring down his arms and shoulders, that one arm protecting the eyes he had fixed on the falcon on the perch. He had lost the hammer. He did not know where, but he knew that if he went back to search, he would die before he found it. As he reached the perch, the slicing talons drove him to his knees. He peered up under his arm at the falcon on the perch, and she stared back with dark, unblinking eyes. The chain that held her leg was fastened to the perch with a tiny lock, shaped like a hedgehog. He seized the chain with both hands, careless of the other falcons that now became a whirlwind of cutting talons around him, and with his last strength, snapped it. Pain and the falcons brought darkness. He opened his eyes to stinging agony, as if his face and arms and shoulders had been sliced with 1,000 knives. It did not matter. Fail was kneeling over him, those dark, tilted eyes filled with worry, wiping his face with a cloth already soaked in his blood. My falcon. My poor blacksmith. You are hurt so badly. With an effort that cost more pain, he turned his head. This was the private dining room in the Star, and near one leg of the table lay a wooden carving of a hedgehog, broken in half.
Fail,
He whispered to her.
my falcon.
Rand was still in the heart of the stone, but it was different. There were no men fighting here, no dead men, no one at all but himself. Abruptly, the sound of a great gong rang through the stone, then again, and the very stones beneath his feet resonated. A third time the booming came, but cut off abruptly, as if the gong had shattered. All was still.
Where is this place?
He wondered.
More important, where is Ba'alzamon?
As if to answer him, a blazing shaft like the one Moraine had made shot out of the shadows among the columns, straight toward his chest. His wrist twisted the sword instinctively. It was instinct as much as anything else that made him loose flows from Sidene into Callandor, a flood of the power that made the sword blaze brighter even than that bar streaking at him. His uncertain balance between existence and destruction wavered. Surely that torrent would consume him. The shaft of light struck the blade of Callandor and parted on its edge, forking to stream past on either side. He felt his coat singe from its near passage, smelled the wool beginning to burn. Behind him, the two prongs of frozen fire, of liquid light, struck huge red stone columns. Where they struck, stone ceased to exist, and the burning bars bored through to other columns, severing those instantaneously as well. The heart of the stone rumbled as columns fell and shattered in clouds of dust, sprays of stone fragments. What fell into the light, however, simply was not anymore.
Like, there's no way we're getting anything
A snarl
like
of
this.
rage came from the shadows, and the blazing shaft of pure white heat vanished. Rand swung Callandor as if he were striking at something in front of him. The white light, obscuring the blade, extended, blazed ahead, and sheared through the redstone column that hid the snarl. The polished stone sliced like silk. The severed column trembled. Part of it tore loose and dropped from the ceiling, smashing into huge, jagged chunks on the floor. As the rumbling faded, he heard beyond it the sound of boots on stone. Running. Callandor at the ready, Rand hurried after Ba'alzamon. The tall archway leading out of the heart collapsed as he reached it, the entire wall falling in clouds of dust and rock as if to bury him. But he threw the power at it, and all became dust, floating in the air. He ran on. He was not sure what he had done, or how, but he had no time to think on it. He ran after Ba'alzamon's retreating footsteps, echoing down the halls of the stone. Murdral and Trollocs leaped out of thin air, huge bestial shapes, and eyeless faces distorted with a rage to kill in hundreds. So they jammed the hall before him and behind, scythe-like swords and blades of deadly black steel seeking his blood. Without knowing how, he turned them to vapour that parted before him and vanished. The air around him suddenly became choking soot, clogging his nostrils, shutting off breath. But he made it fresh air again, a cool mist. Flames leaped from the floor beneath his feet, spurted from the walls, the ceiling, furious jets that flashed tapestries and rugs, tables and chests to wisps of ash, flung ornaments and lamps ahead of them as drops of molten burning gold. He smashed the fires flat, hardened them into a red glaze on the rock. The stones around him faded almost to mist. The stone faded. Reality trembled. He could feel it unravelling. Feel himself unravelling. He was being pushed out of the here, into some other place, where nothing existed at all. Callandor blazed in his hands like the sun, till he thought it would melt. He thought he himself would melt from the surge of the one power through him, the flood that he somehow directed into sealing up the hole that had opened around him, into holding himself on the side of existence.
Bruh. Oh my goodness.
The stone became solid again. He could not even begin to imagine what it was that he did. The one power raged inside him till he barely knew himself, till he barely was himself, till what was himself almost did not exist. His precarious stability teetered. To either side lay the endless fall, obliteration by the power that coursed through him into the sword. Only in the dance along the razor's sharp edge was there even an uncertain safety. Callandor shone in his fist until it seemed he carried the sun. Dimly within him, fluttering like a candle flame in a storm, was the surety that holding Callandor, he could do anything. Anything. Through endless corridors he ran, dancing along the razor, chasing the one who would slay him, the one he must slay. There could be no other end this time. This time one of them must die. That Baalzamon knew it as well was clear. Always he fled, always staying ahead of sight, so that only the sounds of his flight drew Rand on. But even fleeing, he turned this stone of Tyr that was not the stone of Tyr against Rand, and Rand fought back with instinct and guesses and chance, fought and ran down that knife edge in perfect balance with the power, the tool and weapon that would consume him utterly if he faltered. Water filled the halls from top to bottom, thick and black as the bottom of the sea, choking off breath. He made it air again, unknowingly, and ran on, and suddenly the air gained weight until it seemed every inch of his skin supported a mountain, squeezing in from all directions. In the instant before he was crushed to nothingness, he chose tides out of the flood of power raging through him. He did not know how or which or why, it was too fast for thought or knowing, and the pressure vanished. He pursued Baalzamon, and the very air was abruptly solid rock encasing him, then molten stone, then nothing at all to fill his lungs. The ground beneath his boots pulled at him as if every pound suddenly weighed 1,000. Then all weight vanished, so that a step left him spinning in midair. Unseen maws gaped to rip his mind from his body, to tear away his soul. He sprang each trap and ran on. What Baalzamon twisted to destroy him, he made right, without being aware of how. Vaguely, he knew that in some way he had brought things back into natural balance, forced them into line with his own dance down that impossibly thin divide between existence and nothingness. But that knowledge was distant. All his awareness lay in the pursuit, the hunt, the death that must end it. And then he was in the heart of the stone again, stalking through the rubbled gap that had been a wall. Some of the columns hung like broken teeth now, and Baalzamon backed away from him, eyes burning, shadow cloaking him. Black lines like steel wires seemed to run off from Baalzamon into the darkness mounding around him, vanishing into unimaginable heights and distances within that blackness. "I will not be undone!" Baalzamon cried. His mouth was fire. His shriek echoed among the columns. "I cannot be defeated! Aid me!" Some of the darkness shrouding him drifted into his hands, formed into a ball so black it seemed to soak up even the light of Callandor. Sudden triumph blazed in the flames of his eyes. "You are destroyed!" Rand shouted. Callandor spun in his hands. Its light roiled the darkness, severed the steel-black lines around Baalzamon, and Baalzamon convulsed. As if there were two of him, he seemed to dwindle and grow larger at the same time. "You are undone!" Rand plunged the shining blade into Baalzamon's chest. Baalzamon screamed, and the fires of his face flared wildly. "Fool!" he howled. "The great Lord of the Dark can never be defeated!" Rand pulled Callandor's blade free as Baalzamon's body sagged and began to fall, the shadow around him vanishing. And suddenly, Rand was in another heart of the stone, surrounded by columns still whole, and fighting men, screaming and dying, veiled men and men in breastplates and helmets. Moraine still lay crumpled at the base of a redstone column, and at Rand's feet lay the body of a man, sprawled on its back with a hole burned through the chest. He might have been a handsome man in his middle years, except that where his eyes and mouth should have been were only pits, from which rose tendrils of black smoke.
Let's go.
"I have done it," he thought.
Let's go.
"I have killed Baalzamon. Killed Shaitan. I have won the last battle. Light. I am the Dragon Reborn. The breaker of nations. The breaker of the world. No, I will end the breaking. End the killing. I will make it end." He raised Callandor above his head. Silver lightning crackled from the blade, jagged streaks arching toward the great dome above. "Stop!" he shouted. The fighting ceased. Men stared at him in wonder, over black veils, from beneath the rims of round helmets. "I am Rand al'Thor!" he called, so his voice rang through the chamber. "I
and the Dragon Reborn!
Calendar shone in his grasp. One by one, veiled men and helmeted, they knelt to him, crying,
The dragon is reborn! The dragon is reborn!
Oh. Bro, what a hell of a... Bro, come on, yo. Come on. Like, come on. Like, this is awesome. So awesome. I love it. Like, bruh. Bro, what a chapter. But as we go out of chapter 5, we finish this book off with
56. People of the Dragon.
one of the 7 seals that loosed Theron, Kinslayer, and the 100 companions put on the Dark One's prison when they resealed it is in the current possession of Moiraine and them. They have it. They're excited that this seal has not broken because other seals have already been broken in these other events. So now they say that there's I think 4 seals left. I think there's around 4 seals left that they have, to make sure that the Dark One doesn't get released.
Has fallen. The prophecies said that would never happen till the people of the dragon came. Does that mean we are the bloody people of the dragon? You,
Matt
me,
always
Lan, and a few
asking
hundred bloody
very
Aiel? He had seen the warder during the night.
questions.
There had not seemed to be much edge between Lan and the Aiel as to who was the more deadly. As Ruark straightened to stare at him, he hastily added, sorry, Ruark. Slip of the tongue. Perhaps, Moiraine said slowly. I came to stop Belal from killing Rand. I did not expect to see the Stone of Tyr fall. Perhaps we are. Prophecies are fulfilled as they are meant to be, not as we think they should be.
Moiraine always spitting bars, yo. Always dropping bars.
Not to mention the Black Aja, Nynaeve added grimly. We took only Amico and Joya here. 11 escaped, and I would like to know how. And the light alone knows how many others there are that we do not know. Yes,
And Matt was
Elaine
over
said in
here
a tone
talking
just as hard.
about
I may not be up to facing one of the Forsaken, but I mean to take pieces out of Leandrin's
everything
hide.
should be done now.
Of course,
But
Matt
nah.
said smoothly. Of course.
Matt and Rand both
Are
are
they
like,
crazy?
nah, we're done.
They want to chase after the Black Aja and the Forsaken?
Like, bro, y'all ain't
I only
done.
meant the hardest part is done. The stone has fallen to the people of the dragon, Rand has Calendar, and Shaitan is dead. Moraine's stare was so hard that he thought the stone shook for a moment. Be quiet, you fool, the Aes Sedai said in a voice like a knife. Do you want to call his attention to you? Naming the Dark One. But he's dead, Matt protested. Rand killed him. I saw the body. And a fine stink that was, too. I never thought anything could rot that fast. You saw the body, Moiraine said with a twist to her mouth. A man's body. Not the Dark One, Matt. He looked at Egwene and the other 2 women. They appeared as confused as he. Ruark looked to be thinking of a battle he had thought was won, and now learned had not even been fought. Then who was it? Matt demanded. Moiraine, my memory has holes big enough for a wagon and team, but I remember Baalzamon being in my dreams. I remember. Burn me, I do not see how I can ever forget. And I recognised what was left of that face. You recognised Baalzamon, Moiraine said. Or rather, the man who called himself Baalzamon. The Dark One yet lives, imprisoned at Sheol Ghul, and the shadow yet lies across the pattern. The light illumine and protect us, Elaine murmured in a faint voice. I thought the Forsaken were the worst we had to worry about now. Are you sure, Moiraine? Nynaeve said. Rand is certain that he killed the Dark One. You seem to be saying Baalzamon was not the Dark One at all. I don't understand. How can you be so sure? And if he was not the Dark One, who was he? I can be sure for the simplest of reasons, Nynaeve. However fast decay took it, that was a man's body. Can you believe that if the Dark One were killed, he would leave a human body? The man Rand killed was a man. Perhaps he was the first of the Forsaken freed, or perhaps he was never entirely bound. We may never know which. I may know who he was. Egwene paused with an uncertain frown. At least, I may have a clue. Verin showed me a page from an old book that mentioned Baalzamon and Ishamael together. It was almost high chant and very nearly incomprehensible, but I remember something about a name hidden behind a name. Maybe Baalzamon was Ishamael. Perhaps, Moraine said. Perhaps it was Ishamael. But if it was, at least 9 of the 13 still live. Lanfear and Samael and Ravine and... Pah. Even knowing that some of those 9 at least are free is not the most important thing.
9 of the 13
She laid a
are
hand atop the
alive.
black and
There's
white
still
disc on
4
the table.
seals left out of
3
7.
of the seals are broken.
Mm.
Only 4 still hold. Only those 4 seals stand between the Dark One and the world, and it may be that even with those whole he can touch the world after a fashion. Whatever battle we won here, battle or skirmish, it is far from the last.
It is far from the last, yo. Crazy. And then...
Mat watched their faces firm, Egwene's and Nynaeve's and Elaine's, slowly, reluctantly, but determinedly too, and shook his head. Bloody women. They're all ready to go on with this, go on chasing the Black Aja, trying to fight the Forsaken and the bloody Dark One. Well, they needn't think I am going to come pull them out of the soup pot again. They just needn't think it. That's all.
Because he gonna
One
do
of the
it.
tall paired doors pushed open while he was trying to think of something to say, and a tall young woman of regal bearing entered the room, wearing a coronet with a golden
Regal
hawk
bearing.
in flight above her brows.
A
Her
golden
black hair
hawk.
swept to pale shoulders, and her dress of the finest
Hawk,
red silk
falcon.
left those shoulders bare, along with a considerable expanse of what Mat noted as an admirable bosom. For a moment she studied Ruark interestedly with large dark eyes. Then she turned them on the women at the table, coolly imperious. Mat she appeared to ignore completely. I am not used to being given messages to carry, she announced, flourishing a folded parchment in one slim hand. And who are you, child? Moraine asked. The young woman drew herself up even more, which Mat would have thought was impossible. I am Berelain, first of Mayenne. She tossed the parchment down on the table in front of Moraine with a haughty gesture and turned back to the door. A moment, child, Moraine said, unfolding the parchment. Who gave this to you? And why did you bring it, if you are so unused to carrying messages? I do not know. Berelain stood facing the door. She sounded him. Nynaeve sadly, Egwene as though she had never seen him before, Elaine. Chapter 56.
What? What the hell happened?
Think I am going to come pull them out of the soup pot again? They just needn't think it. That's all. One of the tall paired doors in it felt a shake and seemed to recover her opinion of herself. For a moment she studied Ruark with a small smile. You are the leader of these Aielmen? Your fighting disturbed my sleep. Perhaps I will ask you to dine with me. One day, quite soon. She looked over her shoulder at Moraine. I am told the Dragon Reborn has taken the stone. Inform the Lord Dragon that the first of Mayenne will dine with him tonight. And she marched out of the room. Mat could think of no other way to describe that stately, one-woman procession. I would like to have her in the tower as novice. Egwene and Elaine said it almost like echoes, then shared a tight smile. Listen to this, Moraine said. Louis Therin was mine. He is mine, and he will be mine forever. I give him into your charge to keep for me until I come. It is signed, Lanfear. The Aes Sedai turned that cool gaze on Mat. And you thought it was done. You are Taviran, Mat, a thread more crucial to the pattern than most, and the sounder of the Horn of Valir. Nothing is done for you. Yet. They were all looking at him. Nynaeve sadly, Egwene as though she had never seen him before, Elaine as if she expected him to change into someone else. Ruark had a certain respect in his eyes, though Mat would just as soon have done without it, all things considered. Well, of course, he told them. Burn me. I understand. I wonder how soon Tom will be fit to travel. Time to run. Maybe Perrin will come with us. You can count on me. From outside, the cries still rose, unceasing.
The dragon! Althor! The dragon! Althor! The dragon! Althor! The dragon!
And it was
Dang,
written
that's
that no hand but
crazy.
his should wield the sword held in the stone, but he did draw it out like fire in his hand, and his glory did burn the world. Thus did it begin. Thus do we sing his rebirth. Thus do we sing the beginning. From Doin Toldarate, Songs of the Last Age, Quarto 9, The Legend of the Dragon. Composed by Boana, Song Mistress at Taralan, the Fourth Age.
Bruh. Magnificent! It is magnificent! Magnificent. I can't stress enough. I cannot stress enough how good. It's just gooda, 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 gooda. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is just exquisitely, exquisitely exquisite. And there you have it. We are officially 4 books down for book club, 3 books in for the Wheel of Time. Holy shite. Look how far we came. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa. We are here and ready to make it happen, chat. What a wonderful book. Like, wow. He pulled the sword from the stone. It's a reference. Facts. King Arthur Althor. That's funny that he reads the Stone of Tyr before it happens in the show. Bow down for the first queen? Oh, was that who that was? RJ and bosoms? Hey, I like me a pair of bosoms myself. The lightning weave is one of the coolest in the whole series. Yeah, I agree with that. I like that. That's the one that fried the 3 of them, right? The 3 Aes Sedai when they were fighting all the trolls in the middle of the desert. They keep saying his name. Yo, they have been saying Shaitan a lot. We just beat the dark one. Yo, he really declared himself as the dragon, which is awesome. Like, and I love that they call him. I love that he's basically become like Dragon All 4. Like, that's funny. My guy Rant, big ups to you, G. Hope you're having a good one. That's a wrap, folks. We won! Rand, this is book 3. This fight is so metaphysical, I can't imagine how they would have done it on screen. It's literally some Thanos fighting Doctor Strange shit. That's actively what it is. Like, you have to come with your A game when it comes to that, bruh. I'm so interested in where they're going with the metaphysics for this show. Because they've added quite a bit in the show, but I mean, I guess technically they've done everything. So they're definitely going to focus heavily on the portal stones and shit like that this season, for real. Man, they are skipping all of this in the show. Ishi's dead. We've already done this in the show. I mean, yeah, but no, right? Because, like, Rand didn't really declare himself the dragon yet, right? In the show, that was Moiraine doing the fire thing, and that is more of the equivalent of everyone seeing him and Balsamon fight in the sky. Like, that's kind of the equivalent of that. So we still have to have him declare himself as the Dragon Reborn at some point, right? And have like everyone know that he's done it. Matt Cawthon, what on earth are you doing here, interrupting our daring escape? Literally, they were so bummed. They were like, we were about to do it. We didn't need you to save us. Holding himself on this side of existence goes hard. I agree. That's a very, that line is hard. I can't lie. That line is hard. I really think Ishi sometimes forget he isn't the Dark One. Like, the simple fact 3,000 years of consciousness has given him dementia. That's hella funny. I think it's more so he knows. I feel like he's doing Aes Sedai things, right? Telling the truth while not telling the truth, but also telling a lie. Like, he's telling the truth, but he's telling a lie at the same time. Because, you know, as they say, a half truth is still a whole lie. I swear Ishi pees a little when he sees Rand has the sword. He has to, because he immediately turns around and runs away. Okay, and this is something too, right? How many times does Rand fake beat Balsamon in the book? This is the third time, right? Because in the first book, he fought him on the he fought him and he thought it was the last battle, and it wasn't. But he like teleported around fighting everybody, fighting him in front of everyone. The second book, he thought that was the last battle when Matt blew the horn. It wasn't. And they thought that he beat him there. He didn't. This is the third time that he's fought against Balsamon and beat him. So it's possible that he could, you know, he could go for another like that. It's possible that Egwene didn't really kill him that second time, and that second time that Balsamon died is similar to the second time he died in the book, where it's actually just the battle on, you know, it's actually just that battle of them just. It's just the Battle of the Great Hunt. That's it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Because literally it's the same, but it's different. It's the same, but it's different. What's the Bellfire cooldown time? Yo. Y'all coming with all these video game terminologies tonight. I like it. Althor, Arthur, facts. You just read a whole book and you still have no idea what's coming this season. I do know what's coming this season. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like I do know. I don't know. Maybe I don't, but I kind of feel like I do. Like I kind of feel like I do. Just a little bit. I might have to like write out everything that I think is gonna happen in the show and see if it hits. Because I see already what they've done from these books that I've read so far and how they interpret it into the show. So I'm pretty confident that I might be able to guess a couple things. I mean, outside of them literally starting the book in the show basically the same way with the Black Aja, you know, except they're showing the fight versus not showing the fight, which is something I'm so hyped about. I love that they do that. I love that we get to see the different POVs of events from the book to the show. Something similar that happened in Avatar: The Last Airbender, the live action Netflix show that I always compare Wheel of Time to, is we got to see different POVs from that as well. Literally wouldn't be surprised if there's like a similar writer's room there or something, because they've essentially done the same thing with remixing the story. Like, both of them remixed the stories almost in the same exact way. It's kind of funny. Like, they literally took the whole story and jumbled it up together and reshuffled it and are telling the same story, hitting plot points at a different time, but it's still the same story, essentially. Book 3 and 4 are basically swapped from show to book. Yeah, exactly. And those are probably the moments that I won't know, is the moments that are from book 4. But the book 3 moments are going to be clear as day. First, he was Rand from the Shire. Now, King Alfor. I'm ready for him to be Rand Altrades. Yo, I'm not going to lie. That's funny that you even made that a comparison, because I was also thinking about Paul Altrades at one point, and I was like, ooh, I wonder if Rand is going to go in that, in that direction at all. IDK, at this point, I don't think we get portal stones, but I hope so. Oh, I think we get portal stones for sure. I think that's why I literally think we're going to get a flicker moment. I'm pretty sure as we're going through and we kind of see all those different realities of Rand, and we see like Moiraine on the ground. We see a different one of Moiraine being like the Amerlin and her talking to Rand. I'm pretty sure that's a flicker moment already. Like I'm pretty sure I could piece together what's gonna happen in this season. I'm not gonna lie to you. If that's not the flicker moment, then it's something else. But especially because of how they've already reshifted the narrative around in the story, I can see Moiraine actually being part of the flicker moment instead of Varen. And then that's when she says, all of the things that I saw, either Rand died or I did. I'm pretty sure that's a flicker moment. I might be 100% wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's a flicker moment, because it just seems they had her read the flicker moment. That was like one of the main things they showed. It damn near flickers in the trailer when they show that part happen. I don't know. They said they aren't skipping things, but they are moving things around. And that's what I feel too. I don't feel like anything is getting skipped. I feel like everything is just being reshuffled. Like, and that's the same thing that they did with the Avatar: The Last Airbender. They didn't really skip stuff. They just shuffled it around. Like, all the same plot points, all the beats are very similar, but essentially it's still the same story. It's just you don't have any of the same character development. You don't feel the same way about the characters, because even though they told the same story, they didn't spend the same time. They didn't make us care in the same way. And I don't feel that is an issue, though, with the Wheel of Time. I feel like the Wheel of Time doesn't have that issue at all. Like, I actually feel like we do feel how we're supposed to feel with all the characters and everything. Like, I really feel like we're 100% on it with that. I feel like, Ruark is going to be, he's about to pop up in this season. Like, all of the things are there. I don't know about this, but it may be, no, that sounds a little far-fetched, but it could be possible that Ruark is the dude that is on the mountain after Rand's mom dies. I don't know. I'm just saying. I think that could be possible. I think it could be possible. I think there's a lot of possibilities here that I think there's a lot of threads that they're putting together. The main thing I really don't know what's going to happen with is my boy Perrin. I'll be honest about that. I don't know what they're going to do with my boy Perrin. I don't know what's going to happen with Min. We literally saw Matt fighting in the White Tower, so he's going to do all the great stuff, like all the quarterstaff stuff is going to happen. He's probably going to go around playing dice with everybody. Like the luck thing is probably going to come up. Like, I think all of those points are probably going to get hit. I'm not going to lie. I think all of those similar points are going to get hit. almost the same, almost not the same exact way, but I think it's gonna probably go down pretty smoothly in some way, shape, or form right there. But I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. See, Sensei, that's why we said they combine 2 and 3 because they end the same way, sort of. They definitely do. But all 3 of the books kind of end the same, to be completely honest. It ends with Rand thinking he was fighting in the last battle and beat Balzamon. And every time it's like, nah, bro, that was just, no, you didn't. Nope, nope. Nope, you just weakened it. You just weakened Balzamon. Nah, you just fought him that time. Actually, that wasn't even Balzamon, and if it was Balzamon, it wasn't the Dark One Balzamon. It was Ishmael Balzamon. So the Dark One is still on the board, and it's like, like, so those 3 books all end with like the same thing going on there, and we see, yeah, because like the moment in the book where Matt is like walking and he walks by like the weapons and all the stuff, and then he sees the people fighting. That moment's literally in the trailer. I'm probably most curious how they'll introduce Matt's luck. I also want to know how they're gonna do the Matt's luck stuff. I want to know if Hopper is gonna fly. That's another thing I'm pretty interested in. And I want to know what's going on. I really want to know what's going on with Perrin. I want to know if they're gonna show him be a wolf. Like, are they gonna go that way? I want to know what's going on with Tel'aran'rhiod. I want to know all the way about that. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see the, Elaine, and since we saw Egwene's vision in the book, we'll probably see Elaine's vision or her trial in the show. You know what I mean? We'll probably see Elaine's trial in the show. Yeah, that's pretty solid. You finished the prequel books. Book 4 is where this really starts. Oh, okay. RJ wrote a 3-book prologue. That actually makes so much sense. He's Spider-Man, no way. He did the Spider-Man trilogy thing before the Spider-Man trilogy. See, even Spider-Man copied him. Turned the trilogy into the origin story. That like, he has really what's it called? Influenced media. He's really influenced media across the board. Speaking of Matt's luck, what are your theories there? As far as like the metaphysics go for it, I think that I don't I this is the thing is, I think there's still a couple of magic systems I haven't been introduced to, or I don't know the depth of them fully yet. And I think that Matt has something going on with that. I kind of at first was thinking that since he blew the horn, that is what increased his luck somehow. Like, because when you think about it, there's like, they do say that hero's luck or whatever, there's like, there's a such thing as all that, right? Like plot armor and all these things. So I was kind of thinking that since he blew the horn for the heroes, that he now has like an accumulative amount of all of the others' heroes' luck that they've had, and since they're all Taveran or something crazy like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's where my brain was going first and foremost, is like, okay, these characters or whatever, yeah. No, yeah, that's kind of my thought process on that, is that the characters, not the characters, but possibly that the horn and the heroes have something to do with that. Yeah. What do you think about dreaming and Tel'aran'rhiod in general. I think Tel'aran'rhiod is a good middle point. I almost feel like Tel'aran'rhiod is like the void in Loki. And the multiverse is kind of connected to it. Maybe there's like even though it seems like this is impossible, it almost seems like there's only one Tel'aran'rhiod, even though there probably has to be multiple ones. But the fact that they're able to go into this limbo type of place where they can like go into the future but not into the future, and then they're seeing these different things. I don't know. It makes me feel like it's a little bit of a blend between what's going on with the portal stone, what goes on with the trial, and then the dreamers are going to that place. So I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's the quote unquote dimension that like weaving and channeling is like coming from in the end, or what. I don't know what is really going on there. I have a lot of questions about that as well, as far as what is the what the what is really my question when it comes to the not the characters, but when it comes to all of those dreamscapes, because there's so many dreamscape multiverse things and they all seem to have some type of connection. I'm not sure what, but that whole dream world thing, the dream world thing, and then especially if you connect that to uh I don't know. Because the thing that's really messing me up is that Egwene Aggie had that vision with that old lady that was there, and then she was like older. So that's not the same thing as Tel'aran'rhiod. That is going into the multiverse side of things because she literally was like dealing with her future self, or she was her future self, and she like by being her future self taught her past self something. Yeah. Who's luckier, Matt or Domino? Well, Matt's fresh into his stuff, so I gotta say Domino at the what? Matt is pretty lucky though. But yeah, I'm gonna still say Domino. More importantly, is luck a cinematic superpower? The They could use more luck hijinks like the books live. What do you mean by that? I need you to elaborate on that, Marasu. What you mean? Oh, you want to see more visual luck? Like, well, what do you mean by that? Like, do you want like sparkles to pop off of him when it happens? Like that type of visual luck, or you want to see him actively playing in the domino or in the dice games and winning in that type of way? Like, what do you mean by visual luck? Like a bunch of fish falling out of a basket in a Oh no, they're definitely gonna do shit like that. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're gonna do crazy things like that. It's gonna be crazy. It's yeah, they're gonna be it's gonna be like a chime going off. Like he's gonna be walking. He'll be walking and then they're literally gonna do the full circle thing, or it's just gonna get crazier and crazier. I think they should do a sound like that ding you hear when Azula shows up. Ooh, I like that. Or the dice rattling. Oh, they might do something like that, but they're probably gonna go for like the chime or something a little bit more ethereal to make it seem like, oh, like it'll be something like that. Yeah, for sure. It'll be like, I like hear the noise that they're gonna use. That's crazy. I'm ready. I'm so ready. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful chat. Wonderful chat. That might sound too much like that's true. It might sound too much like a rattlesnake, and they're not gonna want you to inherently think evil or bad. I hope the girls get kidnapped less in the show. Yeah, they're gotta get kidnapped again though. Like they have to. I wonder if we get that moment of bro sacrificing himself, or did he already die? Did Ingtar die in the show already? Is Ingtar dead in the show? Because I know Uno dead as hell. R.I.P. I can't believe they did Uno like that. That was for y'all. That wasn't even for us as the watchers. Like as the watchers, that was for the readers. That was for y'all to be like, y'all think you know something? Uno's dead. We didn't find out that Ingtar was a villain, though, did we? Like, we didn't find out that he was working for the other side. Because if we did, I don't remember. Because I was straight up surprised when Ingtar was. Did we know? The throat goat. Oh my god, Cerise. Yo, what are you on? What? Yo, Cerise. Uno the throat goat is crazy. Yeah, they did bro dirty. They had bro like I was like, oh. Yo, that shit was crazy. Slot machine noises. Maybe it'll be coins falling. Maybe it'll be like coins, like you know what I mean, like coins or something. Not coins hitting the table, but like coins falling into a pile of coins. The girls got kidnapped on their way to be kidnapped. Yo, yeah, that was crazy. But I like that. I think we need them to get kidnapped. We need certain things to happen. I'm looking for certain things. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking for certain things. I said that to the guy that plays Uno at Wakan. Nah, that's wild. You're a menace times a billion for that one. What? That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, chat, I believe that is it for episode 6. Of the Wheel of our From Watcher to Reader series, yo. You know what I'm saying? From Watcher to Reader, season 3, episode 6 was amazing. Next week, we'll be doing a full blown breakdown of this book. I'm juiced. You know what? You know what? I actually know exactly what we're going to do. Yeah. So next week will be a good one. I'm excited. That throat game was so heroic. That throat game was heroic enough to earn him a spot with the other horny heroes. Heroes of the Horn, I mean. Yo, y'all are on demon time. Y'all are on demon time for real. Nah. Keep the unhinged chat talk. The others need to know how you act when it's just y'all. Everyone needs to know how y'all be when it's just y'all in the class. It's okay. It's gonna be popping up on the screen for everybody that's watching on the replay. Everybody watching on the replay, throw tomatoes. Let's get tomatoes for them. No, I'm just playing. Yo. Pepperidge Farm remembers. But with that being said, I appreciate each and every one of you guys for real. It's been a fantastic day today. It's been a fantastic episode. It's weird because we didn't breeze through this, but in a way we kind of did. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I'm excited. I'm excited to get into the next episode next week where we fully recap the book and just kind of talk about all of our favorite moments and all those vibes for real. It's gonna be a good time. Okay. So I love this book. It is so good. Like, wow, it's so good. And we are almost there to the Wheel of Time, season 3, the premiere. Not next week, but the week after that. Yo, we got 2 weeks. 1 week, 2 weeks until the show drops. I'm pumped. I also have those tickets to the online event. I don't know if I should do that or not, though. But with all that being said, if you haven't already, make sure you like the video. If you like the video, because it helps out tremendously around these parts. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I may be partaking in at that particular time. You can also follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. So all the latest news, movie reviews, and things that we post every single day. And we're also going to get those Goodreads reviews going for book 2 of Wheel of Time and book 3, because I think I did a book 1 review, but I don't know if I did a book 2 or book 3 one yet. So we'll get into all those stuff on Goodreads and put it out to the world so everybody can lock in, okay? I appreciate you guys. It's been a fantastic day. I hope everyone has a fantastic rest of their day. And as I always say, stay awesome, stay nerdy, and don't forget to stay marvelous. Sleep well and
If
wake.
you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan. Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. We appreciate you guys. We'll catch you later. Excelsior.
On today's pop culture news update.
On today's pop culture news update.
On today's pop culture news update.